Welcome to our intro on Google Sheets. Now, as this is all about the intro, we're going to learn about what Google Sheet is. Google Sheets is a powerful cloud-based spreadsheet software developed by Google, offering users a versatile platform for organizing, analyzing, and collaborating on data in a user-friendly interface. Launched as part of Google Drive, Sheets provides a free, accessible, and collaborative solutions for individuals, businesses, educators, and organizations of all sizes. Google Sheets allow users to create, edit, and share spreadsheets online, eliminating the needs for standalone software installation. Its seamless integration with other Google Workspace apps, such as Google Docs and Google Slides, facilitates streamlined collaboration and communication among other team members. So, what are the key features of using Google Sheets? 1. It can perform various functions at the same time. It has a vast amount of programmed, functions just like it has on Excel, and you can work with them whenever you want. It has extensive capability for manipulating and interpreting data. 3. Real-time collaboration. You can work simultaneously several people at once on a single spreadsheet by using the share option and collaboration at the same time. Accessible across devices. You can use Google Sheet on mobile, on your TV, on your PC, laptop, Mac, whichever device you have. You just need internet connection. Cloud-based nature. As this is a cloud-based natured software, or let's say even a browser-based software, it works on the browser, working on the net, and also you're going to need net connection or internet connection so that you can work with it. And also, as this is cloud-based, all of your data is saved up whenever you put any data, even one signature or maybe even one alphabet or one number. It saves up all of it simultaneously whenever you put it. User-friendly interface. As this is Google-based, it is very user-friendly, and anyone who is new to it can easily make up or adapt with it. Then, indispensable for individuals and businesses alike. Well, you can also use it for individuals and also use it for professional purposes. Now, by the end of this course, you will have developed a strong command of Google Sheets, enabling you to proficiently manage, analyze, and present data. Whether it's for personal use, professional projects, or collaborative work, the skills acquired in this course will empower you to harness the full potential of Google Sheets. So, let's hop on to our first lesson on Google Sheets, where we're going to learn about the introduction and also about how we can open up Google Sheets. Welcome to our first lesson on Google Sheets. So, the first lesson is how to open up Google Sheets and how you'll be able to open up a new sheet and also save it. So without any further ado, just open up any of your web browser which you have on your PC or your laptop or any of your device. So as you can see that as it is named Google Sheets, so obviously Google or Google Chrome has more advantage over here because that is powered by Google. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is open up Google Chrome. And when you open up Google Chrome, you have this 6 or 9 dots over here which are known as Google Apps. When you click on these Google Apps, you will go down and over there you will find out Google Sheets. You can click on it and Google Sheets will open up. But if you're not using Google Chrome, what you're going to do is search for Google Sheets, hit on enter, and you have this option of Google Sheet Online Spreadsheet available. You can just try Sheets for work or go to Sheets. That's like totally up to you. So there are two different methods of how you'll be able to open it up according to your desire. So I'm going to open up from over here, so it will take me directly to Google Sheets. And even if you click it over here, try Sheets for work or go to Sheets, it's going to take you to the same place or the same section where you will be able to use Google Sheets according to your desire. Now, as we've opened up Google Sheets on your web browser, you have to keep in mind that Google Sheets, it only works online, but you can preview your documents or your sheets, which is known as spreadsheets, to be offline too. But there are a couple of different methods. Now, as we've opened up Google Sheets, now we're going to learn how we can make up a new spreadsheet. Now the first spreadsheet, if you've used Excel or seen Excel videos, then you already know how to open up a spreadsheet, right? So from here, you have these options of blank and 4 of these templates to use: to-do list, annual budget, monthly budget, and Google Finance Investment. Obviously, there are a couple more templates too, but here we have these, okay? And if you want a blank one and start from scratch, just click on blank. So if you need a fresh one, just click on this. You can also see these 3 options, which is main menu. So now you can see that there are a couple of these options: docs, sheets, slides, and forms. Well, these are basically the same software which Microsoft uses. Let's say docs is Word, sheets is Excel, slides is presentation, and forms is the other one of Microsoft. Okay. Now from here, I'm going to click on blank. And when you click on blank, you will basically see the interface to be similar to Microsoft Excel. But a couple of the interface or a couple of the tools are kind of less, but it basically serves the purpose or does the work for you. You can also see there's files, there's edit, there's view, insert, format, data, tools, extensions, help. Well, basically you can use macros, you can use the same formulas of Excel over here too. So now you know how you'll be able to open it up or open up a new file. But when you go back and if you want to use a template, you can just select any one of them you want. You can search it up according to your desire. Let's say I want a monthly budget. So when I click on it, you will basically see that it will give me a pre-built template to work on, so that it saves me a lot of time to not waste my time or use my time in making these kind of customs or customizations to my work. Okay, so I'm going to go back again and open up the last one. Let's say I want a to-do list. So just click on this to-do list and you will basically see that it will give me the same kind of thing, such as my to-do list, so that I can put in my own objectives or to-do list on here. Okay, so that I don't have to waste my time on making this presentation. I'm going to go back, and when you open up any of these sheets or let's say you made up a spreadsheet, and obviously you will see that on today it will appear up. You can see 6:09 p.m. I opened both of these. Okay, so you can just see that whenever you're working on any spreadsheet, all of that history will be saved up over here. And one thing or one advantage is sometimes you forget to save up your data, even though in the new Excel or new Microsoft Office softwares, it's already automatically saved. But a couple of times when you don't have data, you cannot save it, okay, or it doesn't save itself. And then when you get out or you have some power shortage or power outage, it doesn't save your progress, and then it becomes a hassle for you to, let's say, do the whole thing all over again and lose your progress. But one advantage over here is that you have to stay connected to the internet so that you can get access to Google Sheets, okay? And then you can preview it offline, but you need to have internet connection so that you can use Google Sheets. So you don't have any, let's say, any problem, or you don't have to worry about anything about losing your data, okay? So now you know how you'll be able to open up a new spreadsheet. Now let's show you how you'll be able to save it up. So you can already see when I open it up or make some changes, enter, you can see it is already saving and saved to my drive. So one thing is that you have to stay connected to the internet, also your Gmail account, okay, so that whatever data you put, it's going to save it up directly. You don't even have to press on Control S or any save button. It will save it directly, whatever data you put. Even if I delete it, it's going to save it up because that is my progress right now, right? So this is like very simple and very easy. So now you know that you have to stay connected to the internet. You have to stay connected to the Google account. Even though if you don't have Google account, you don't have to worry, because you can make up your Google account or connect your Google account so that you will be able to use it. So if you don't have a Google account, I'm going to be showing it to you right now how you'll be able to do that. So if you don't have a Google account, just click on this or maybe click on sign in. First I'm going to do is go off the sheets. From there, I'm going to be clicking on any of the account I want to use. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on any of the account or use another account if I have to use another account. So you're going to click on any one of the account you have or make up a new account, and then you're just good to go. But here I already have an account, so I'm going to do is click on any one of them and put in my password, and then I'm good to go. Then after you sign in your Google account, now you can see that I can access Google Sheets and also other apps which I have over here. Google Sheets, then we have Google Docs, and all of them, whichever one I want, because every progress you make gets saved up on your Google Drive. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. So now let's move on to our next lesson of Google Sheets. And if you're facing some problems, or if you find that I'm not able to help you out, then please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. Welcome to our second lesson on Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to learn about cell rows and columns and about the usefulness menu and toolbar options which Google Sheets has to offer. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson by hopping on Google Sheets. As you can see that I have opened up my browser, which is Google Chrome, and also opened up Sheets. If you've seen my previous lesson, you already know how to open up Google Sheets now. Now, what we're going to do first is going to be starting off with a blank spreadsheet. So to open up a blank spreadsheet, first stay connected to your internet so that you can access Google Sheets and click on blank. And we'll take a bit of a time to open up your Google spreadsheet or Google Sheet. Now, when you open up this sheet, you have this cells which you can enter your data over wherever you want, right? Let's type in a couple of data. You can see now I have a couple of data in my rows and also my columns. You can see it is starting from A to the utmost or the ending, which is Z, and from here, which is kind of, let's type in control and then end to see where it ends. You can see it is ending on the 1000. Okay, now you can also make more if you want to, but I'm gonna do is press on control and up so that I can go to the topmost cell. Now the first thing we have to learn about is the cells, rows, and columns. If you know, or if you've worked with Excel, or if you've seen our previous videos on Excel, then you already know how Excel works or how spreadsheet works. There are basically cells where you put in your information or your data so that you can validate them. Okay, so in this columns and rows, there are two types of cell reference. One is relative cell reference and one is absolute cell reference. Well, this basically works as Excel. You can see it has almost the same functionality of Excel, but instead of being powered by Microsoft, it is being powered by Google, so that you can give access to a lot of people, because not everyone has a Microsoft account, but everyone, almost all the people in the world, have Gmail or Google account, so that you can give access to them and they can work with it and you can share it whenever you want. Let's say this is a specific cell, which is A1, and then we have is A2, A3, A4, and then continuing. So you have to learn about that. You have cell, rows, and columns at the same time, even though if you have cell, rows, and columns, well, cell, rows, and columns also have a definite function, let's say formula, or even functionality. Let's say I'm going to do is type in equal, and then you can type in cell. You can see when you type in cell, it's going to give me the same function or open up the same function which we did in Microsoft Excel. Now you have to put in your info type, and what are the info types? You can put in whichever type of info you want. Let's say I'm going to type in col, which is columns. You can type in columns if you want to, but I'm going to type in just col, or you can select any type of cell. Let's say I'm going to put on this cell and click on this, and you will find out an A. Wrong. But basically what happens is that you have to put in the info type. Let's say you have to type in col, which is the column, and then select the specific cell. So I'm going to type in col, comma, and you can select this reference, close it off, and you can get it. So just like this. But here what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on double quotation and try this and see. Now you can see that is now on the second column. So this is basically how the cell function works in Microsoft, or let's say in spreadsheet. Well, both of them work the same way, but this is how it works in Google Sheets. Now we are done with our cell. Let's show you how the rows work. Let's type in equal row, open up the parentheses, and now select the specific cell reference. Let's say I'm going to use this. I'm going to close off the parentheses, and you will see in row it will give me second 2 at the same time, because now it is on the second row of Google Sheets. So this is how the row function works in Google Sheets, okay? And the last one we have is column. In column, we have to type in column. Now select the specific cell, so I'm going to select this, and it will give me the column number of that, which is 1. And if I did this over here, it would have given me 2. Now, how are you going to use that in a specific function or a specific, let's say, formula? Let's say I'm going to use this equal. I'm going to put in sum. Now here in sum, I'm going to use column, and then I'm going to do is first off type in column. Column number is going to be this. I'm going to close it off, and then I'm going to put in another one, which is going to be, let's say, I'm going to put another value, which is comma, and then column. Column number, let's say this. Close off the parentheses, close off the parentheses again, hit on enter, and you can see 3. Because why is it 3? Because this is cell, or let's say column 2 and column 1. 2 and 1 is equal to 3, so I got 3 as an answer. You can also use rows and columns, and also cell reference wherever or however you want it to be. So now you know how cell, rows, and columns work in Google Sheets. And about selective, or let's say I'm going to use another one. Let's say I'm going to type in a couple of values over here. Let's type in 3, let's type in 4, let's type in 2. I'm going to remove this. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be typing in equal, and then I'm going to use sum. Now here I need value 1 and value 2, or how many values according to your need. Now first things first, I'm going to do is sum these up and hit on enter. And now I have this 4 as an answer, because these 2's are being selected and being termed as the result. But what if I need or use this fill header? So when I use the fill header, I will get the exact answer of the next one. But what if I use a specific cell reference, which is going to be absolute cell reference? Let's say I'm going to type in F4 and F4 at the same time, hit on enter. And when I use the fill header, you will basically see all of them will be 4, because now it is terming only a specific cell to be the exact result or exact source. Okay, so we have 4 as 2 and 2, but not 3 and 4. So when I remove the cell reference or absolute cell reference from over here, you will basically see that it will turn now to be, when I use the fill header, it will give me the exact answer, which is 7 of the next one. So it is now terming these ones too. Instead, when we lock in our value by clicking on F4 and toggle it up, it only selects the specific cell which we are using. Okay, so now you know how the cell, rows, and columns work, and how the cell reference works. So now we're going to learn about the useful menu and toolbar options which Google Sheet has to offer. First off, we have is this file tab. In the file tab, we have new, open, import, make a copy, share, email, download, rename, move, add a shortcut to drive, move to bin, version history, make available or offline, details, settings, and all of those. Well, that's basically what the file tab is all about. I'm going to show it to you in the next lesson about how it works in the file tab, edit tab, view tab. But let's go on edit. In our edit tab, we have undo, redo, cut, copy, paste, paste special, delete, find, and replace. While most of the actions or commands which you have in Google Sheets have a specific shortcut key on your keyboard so that you can use it and become more efficient with Google Sheets while working on it. Show, freeze, and group on view. Then we have insert, which is cell, rows, columns, sheet, chart, pivot table, and all of those. Then in format, you have theme, number, text, alignment, wrapping, rotation, font size, conditional formatting, altering, colors, clear formatting. In our data section, we have sort, sheets, create a filter, filter views, add a slicer, protect sheets and ranges. We're going to also show it to you later on how protecting your sheets and ranges work. Then we have is named ranges, named functions, column stat, data validation, data cleanup, split text column, data extraction, data connector. Then in tools, we have create a new form, spelling, autocomplete, explore, notification setting, accessibilities, and extensions, which is, adding up extra stuff or adding up extension on Google Sheets while you're working on it so that you get more functionality. You can do that too. And you can also record macros in Google Sheets. And last we have is help. In our help section, we have search the menus, Sheets help, training updates, and a lot of these privacy policies, terms and services, and also report abuse. So now you know about how the menu bar works and also about the cell rows and columns of Microsoft, or let's say Google Sheets. Now let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about language and spreadsheet settings and also about the recovery and edit history. Welcome back to our third lesson of Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the language settings and also about the function which is called detect language, which we can use in Google Sheets and also Microsoft Excel. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson of Google Sheets language. As you can see that I have opened up Google spreadsheet, or you can see that here in my spreadsheet I have two words, more and bonheur, okay, or whatever that is called. So the first thing we're going to learn about is the language setting, because that is one of the most important settings you have to fix up before you start working on Google Sheets. Because if you can't understand the language, you will not be able to work on Google Sheets, right? So the first thing what we're going to do is going to be going off on settings, and then from settings we're going to fix it up. And how are you going to find that, and where are you going to find that? So if you've seen our previous lesson about the menu or about the tools, first off you have to click on file and then go off the settings so that we can find out how we can change our language. So you can see that in our general we have United Kingdom, and in our calculation we have on, change, and off. But first thing what we need is the language, right? So first off, select on this display language, which is United States or United Kingdom of English. But if you want to add another language, whichever one you prefer, just click on add another language, and you can put up whichever language you want to use, and basically you can work on with it. Let's say I'm Japanese. So what I have to do is type in Japanese. You can see that I also have Japanese right now. I'm going to click on save, and then you'll be able to add another language so that you can type in Japanese or use or work up with Japanese however you want to. But you can see the display language is this, but if you want to change that display language too, you can also change it up according to your desire. Let's say here I'm going to do is use an Espanol, and I'm going to do is, let's say, choose an option whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to use Colombia and click on save, and now everything will turn into Espanol and also Colombia. Now what we're going to do is going to be changing it back to English. Let's say I'm going to type in English. Now click on English and use whichever type of English you want. Let's say I'm going to suggest you to use United States or United Kingdom, whichever one you prefer. So I most of the time prefer using United Kingdom. So I'm going to just click on this, and you will basically see it will revert back to United Kingdom English again. And now, as English is one of the most important medium of, or one of the most useful medium of language, so you can use English whenever you want, and if you want to change it, that's also like totally up to you. What I'm going to do is cut this off. Now the next thing we're going to learn about is the language function. Now the language function is called detect language. And how are you going to do that? Let's say I have two of them over here. Both are not English, right? So if you want to find out what language it is, what you're going to do is type in equal and then type in detect language, and then select the text if you want to. You can close the parentheses and hit on enter. And it will take a bit of a time, and then it tells you that it is French. Okay, FR is French. Now I'm going to do the next one too, and you can also type in whatever text you want to do it. Let's say I'm going to type in equal, detect language. I'm going to use this one too. I'm going to close off the parentheses and hit on enter. And this one is also French. You can also type in whichever word or whichever language word it is, and it will give you the exact language or what language it is in Google Sheets. So now you know how you will be able to work with Google Sheets and how you are going to fix up the language in Google Sheets, and also work with the function of detect language, which is like very important in a couple of cases. So hope you learned everything in this lesson and understood. So let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about the common formulas in Google Sheets. Welcome back to our lesson of Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to be showing you how you'll be working with the basic formulas of Google Sheets. In this basic tutorial of Google Sheets, or working with the basic formulas, we are going to add in mathematical formulas and also about concatenate formulas, how you'll be able to do it. You're going to be needing them in a lot of cases. So without any further ado, let's just hop into Google Sheets. You can see on my screen, I have a couple of these data which I'm going to be using to use up the mathematical functions or formulas in Google Sheet. So this is the data analysis table. I have a lot of data. I have, the city, then the product, the price per unit, units sold, and the total sales. Now, when you see that when I click on a specific cell, that cell is where I want the result to be. Okay, so I'm going to just type in results over here. You double click on it. Let's say I'm going to type in results. Now here I want the results of each and every one. Okay, now the first thing what I'm going to do is going to be, let's say I need the summation of the first 12th cell. Okay, now what am I going to do? Now, first off, you have to know about navigation. You can go through with your mouse, and you can also use your arrow key so that you can select a specific cell. And when you select a specific cell, how are you going to start off your formula or your function? So what am I going to do is type in equal. And then after equal, let's say I'm going to sum it up. Or instead of using those formulas, we're going to use some basic functions of, let's say, Google Sheets. Now, the first thing what we're going to do is going to be, let's say I'm going to type in equal, and then I'm going to select the specific cell. When I select on any cell, you can see that the number of the cell or the cell value or the number is being represented, because wherever I click, every cell is being located or specified. So the first thing I'm going to do is going to be selecting on all of them. And you can see this is a specific range and it is summing it up. When I hit on enter, and it will give me a result of it. Okay. But what if I use this fill header? You can see now all of them are different, because all of them are different because they are taking different values, which is relative data or relative cell reference. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is cut all of them. Now I'm going to do sum it up. Now let's say I'm going to do is select on this, and then what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on plus this plus this plus this. Hit on enter. And now I got an exact result, but I want it to be like this. Okay, so I'm going to do is click on this equal plus, and then this one, hit on enter. And when I use the fill header, it will basically give me the relative cell reference of the next ones. You can see now it is adding these up. You can see 14,000. Now you can see this is a bit different. Okay, so what happens when you use a specific cell, just like I told you? So you have to anchor it up with your F4 key, and then it will be anchored on the specific cell or getting the result. Now we've done our summation. Now how will you be able to subtract? So that it's basically just simple. What you're going to do is just click on this, then add in minus, select on this, hit on enter. Now you have the deduction. So this is basically how it works. Now I'm going to cut all of these off. Now, how will you be able to multiply a specific data? Now, if you want to multiply a specific data, what I'm going to do is take this equal. I'm going to select this one. I'm going to put in this symbol and then select this one. Hit on enter. Then you will get your exact result. So now it is being multiplied by this. Okay. So this is basically how you multiply a specific data or a specific value. And the last one is going to be division. So type in equal. Let's say I'm going to do is divide this by this. Okay, you have to type in a slash or an oblique, whatever you know it as, then hit on enter, and you can see it is being divided. So I'm going to do is use it up just like this, and now you will get your exact result. So this is basically how it works in Google Spreadsheet and also Microsoft Excel. Now, what if you want to use or concatenate two datas at the same time? Now, first off, what you have to do is select this. I'm going to do is remove it. Now, when I remove it, let's say first off, I'm going to multiply and then divide it by a specific number. So I'm going to use another cell. Let's say I'm going to type in 2 over here. Okay, what I'm going to do is type in equal. Let's say I'm going to do is bracket it up, open the bracket or open the parentheses. And in the parentheses, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting on this multiplied by this. And then I'm going to do oblique by this. Hit on enter. Now it's given me the exact value. Now I can use the same thing, but obviously this is going to be deviation 0 because now there are no values over here. Why? Now first things first, what I have to do is select on this and then lock in the value. Now when I hit on enter and then use the fill header, then you will get the exact result because I don't have any other values over here. So let me just undo the process, and when I select on this, you can see this is selecting this cell, which is K3, and I don't have any values over there. So when you divide it by 0, you will get a deviation 0 error. Okay, so make sure to, when you are using a specific cell just like this, hit on enter, anchor it up, and then use the fill header, and then you will get your exact result. It works in the same way when you are working with percentage. So I'm going to do is use percentage this time. So I'm going to do is remove it. Now let's say this is going to be 10%. So I'm going to type in 10 and then type in percent. Now this is 10% right now. Now what if I want to use this and then add up the percentage? Now I'm going to do is type in equal, and I want the 10% of this. Okay, I'm going to do is multiply it with this value, and then this value I'm going to do is anchor it up, just this specific value. You can see that is 1000 of that. Now I'm going to use this. You can see 12. You can see 10,000, it's 1,000, 10,000, 1,000, 8,500, 850, 9,000 is 900, 10,000 is 1,000, 12,000 is 1,250, and it's ongoing. Okay, so as much as you try to use this fill header, it will give you the exact result of each and every one. But I don't want all of it. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to use division, subtraction, multiplication, and also addition at the same time. But you can also use the auto sum function. What you have to do is select all of them together. You can see that when you are using Google Sheets, it gives you the exact result of each and every one, or the selected ones, on the right bottom corner of this Google Sheet. Okay, you can see it is giving me the sum, and it is still ongoing. Okay, so now you have to keep that in mind, and you can also just select any cell, and first off, just select any cell and then get the exact result. What I'm going to do is going to be selecting on control, and at the bottom, control shift top, you can see all of them has been selected, and we also got our sum all together. So now you know how you'll be able to do that. Now, let's say we want to concatenate a specific data. What are you going to do? So first off, I'm going to do is type in equal. Let's say I'm going to type in New York and also Diet Coke at the same time. And how are you going to do that? So if you want to do that, just type in ampersand, select another one, hit on enter. Now you can see both of them are together, New York, Diet Coke. So how do you do that? See? So you can do it by typing equal and then do the same thing. Let's say I'm going to select on New York, ampersand, and also Sprite. Hit on enter and you got it. Now if you use the fill header and do the other ones, you will basically get the same result by, exact values. So when you click on them, you can see this is being selected. When you select this is being selected. But if you want to use, let's say, a space in between them or a specific value, what you have to do is lock in the specific value. But what if you want some space in between them? So the first thing what you have to do is select on a specific cell where you need your result. I'm going to type in equal. Now let's say I'm going to do is select on this. I'm going to type in ampersand. Or before that, I'm going to type, let's just type in ampersand and put in double quotation. And then I'm going to type in the specific cell. Let's say I'm going to use this. Let's say I'm going to just click on this. And then I'm going to use the specific cell. Okay, so you have to keep that thing in mind. Let's say I'm going to do is keep it like this, ampersand, and then select the specific cell. Hit on enter, and you will basically get the error formula if you type it just like that. So what you have to do is going to be typing in and then type in the specific value and then put in the ampersand again. Okay, so let's say I'm going to put in the ampersand over here and then hit on enter. And you can see there's a space in between them. So it's kind of fun doing this work sometimes. Okay, so I'm going to do is use the fill header, and basically you will see there is a space in between each and every one of them. But what if you want the specific value? What you have to do is select the cell, anchor it up. Let's say I'm going to type in F4 and then use the same value. And then you got it. All of them are New York Cola. Now, what if you type in, let's say I'm going to type in London. You can see London Cola. So it's just going to change it up just the way you want it to be. So hope you understood every basic formulas which we used in this lesson of Google Sheets. So hope to see you in our next lesson, where we are going to learn about some specific functions of Google Sheets, which are also used in Excel if you've worked on it. They're going to be sum, count, count A, and then count unique. So hope you understood everything about this lesson, and let's jump on to our next lesson of Google Sheets. Welcome back to our fifth lesson on Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to learn about sum, count, count A, and count unique. Well, these are basically some important functions you need to know about in Google Spreadsheet or Google Sheet. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson of Google Sheet and open up Google Sheets. Well, we are back on our same, let's say the same data analysis table which we had in our previous lesson. So now, first things first, we're going to learn about the sum function. Well, if you've seen our previous lesson, you already have the idea about how the sum function works. It basically sums up the exact amount or exact range of data, or the specific amount of data which you put in a specific cell or in a specific range. Now, so if we already know, we're going to just type sum and then select the specific value or select the specific range and close up the parentheses. Well, we will basically get our whole result. Now, what if I want a whole result altogether, or let's say sum all? Okay, so basically we already have a couple of filter options, and then we have is this create chart and all of those, but we're not going to make any chart in this lesson. But instead we're going to do is do some important functions which Google Sheets has to offer. So the first things first, when you want to select all of the data all together, first thing is that you have to know a couple of shortcuts. So if you have to select all, Control Shift and down key, so that it will select all the cells all together. Now you can already get a sum. Okay, now this is the sum of the exact value. Now if I type in equal sum and then select the whole cell, you can see H3 to H251, which is already selected. Just click on it and you will get the exact value. So this is basically how you can sum all of it all together. But first off, you have to select the specific cells, whichever one you want. If you want this one, let's say I'm going to type in equal sum and then G3 to G251, select all of it, and then you have it. So whenever you start typing anything or any command in Google Sheets, it's going to suggest you a couple of commands which are basically being used or is used. Okay, so now you know how you will be able to get the specific sum of a specific range of data. Now let's go to our another function, which is called the count function. So what the count does is basically count the exact amount of data, or let's say the amount of cells which is being used. Let's say I'm going to type in equal, I'm going to type in count. When you type in count, you can select the value H3, or you can select the whole cell, Control Shift down, and then select or close the parentheses and hit on enter. And you'll basically see it is 249 cells are being used. Let's say I'm going to remove one of them, delete, remove two of them. I can see they are being deducted from the actual answers because now there's no data in those cell. Now if I use count over here, so let's say I'm going to type in equal count. I'm going to do is use this value Now hit on enter. I can see all of them are 0 because basically there are no data in those specific cells. Okay, so now you know how the count function works in Google Sheets. Okay, and you also use the same process in Microsoft Excel to get the exact amount of result. Now we are done with this count function in Google Sheets. Now the next function we're going to work with is going to be the count A function. So we already worked with count. So what is the difference between count A and count? Basically, the count A function helps you to find out the average of the cells being used, or the cells that have the data inside of it. But when you use count, it gives you all of the values, are, let's say, the total value of the cells being used in an exact range. So let's just type in equal and type in count A, and then select all the values, Control Shift, and at the bottom hit on enter, and you can still see it's 249. It's 249 because it is still using the average value, which is the count A. But let me show you another method of how you'll be able to use the count A method in Google Sheets. So what we're going to do over here is going to be removing or adding in a couple of things. What I'm going to do is take this Control X, and I'm going to do is paste it over here. I'm going to take this value, Control X, and then paste it right over here. Okay, I'm going to remove a couple of things in between. Let's say I'm going to remove 2 of these. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is going to be typing in equal and then typing in count. Okay, and here what I'm going to do is going to be selecting from here to here. Okay, I'm going to closing off the parentheses and hit on enter. You can see it is giving me 1 because this is 1 at a time. Okay, so as you can see, this is 1 when I use just count. Okay, now what if I use count A over here? Count A. Now I'm going to use this value New York over here, and then I'm going to use comma, and then use the second value, which is 3,700 in this. Okay, now I'm going to do is close with the parentheses, hit on enter. You can see it has given me 2 because there are 2 types of values over here. One is alphabets and one is numerical. So that is why count and count A is a bit different from how you expect it to be. Okay, so this is basically the difference of count and count A in Google Sheets, or eventually spreadsheets, whichever spreadsheet software you're using. Now let's move on to our next function, which we are going to learn, which is called the count unique. This is a bit more different function than, let's say first off, I'm going to do is going to be making an arrange name. Okay, now first off, I'm going to do is press on Control Z so that I can put in the names of them. Okay, let's say here I'm going to put in SYDNY, Sydney. Okay, now here what I'm going to do is going to be selecting the cell, Control Shift, and at the bottom. Now first of all, I'm going to be making a filter, or what we call is, let's say we're going to make a data validation over here, or name this range. Now if you want to name this range, you have to go to data. Okay, now in data you will find out named ranges or named functions, whichever one you prefer. Okay, now you can name ranges, whichever one. Now you can see this is the specific column which I want to name. Okay, now here what I'm going to do is going to be, let's say I'm going to just cut this off. Here I'm going to do is type in city. Okay, I'm going to click on done. Now this part is now termed as city. This range, okay, this specific range is now called city. Now what we're going to do is going to be using this range over here and then find out how many data is in the specific range. So I'm going to do is type equal, then I'm going to type in count unique, and then I'm going to do is select the specific, let's say I'm just going to type in CITY. You can see the data validation. I'm going to close out the parentheses and hit on enter. You can see 7. Why is there 7? Because I chose only 7 of them to appear up, and 7 type of things, or let's say there are 7 names of 7 different cities. So New York, Sydney, London, Houston, and San Francisco, Los Angeles. Okay, now if you put another name inside of this, let's say I'm going to put in Dubai. Now you will see it will turn out to be 8. You can see now 8. Let me put another name over here. Let me put like Preston. You will see it will turn into 9. So there are 9 different types of cities inside your specific column or your specific range of data. So this is basically how you use count unique function or count unique formula in Google Sheets. This is like quite simple to do. So hope you understood everything about this lesson from the beginning to the end. And if you feel like you didn't understand a part, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. Now, in our next lesson, we're going to be learning about the useful features of report design and use a couple of shortcuts which will make your work a lot more easier and efficient in Google Sheets. So let's hop on to that lesson. Welcome back to our 6th lesson of Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the report designs or the features of some useful report designs which we can do in Google Sheets. And this is basically kind of important, and also you can show your own creativity through this process. So without any further ado, I'm here to help you so that you get to know about the features of report design in Google Sheets. So let's get into Google Sheets. As you can see that I have opened up Google Sheets on my, let's say, my screen or my interface. Now here, the first things is that we're going to do 5 useful steps or 5 useful features. So we're going to go through them one by one. As you can see that I have a range of data over here, right? And in my range of data, the first thing I'm going to do is going to be telling you how you can copy sheets to other spreadsheets. Now, how are you going to do that? Well, you basically know about how you can copy, cut, and paste with the specific process if you've used other software such as Excel, PowerPoint, or Word, right? So if you don't know how you can do that, you can just click on Edit, and you also have these cut, copy, and paste special, and also the keyboard shortcuts assigned to each command. So the first thing what we're going to do is going to copy a specific range of data. Let's say I'm going to do is copy this exact range. Our first thing you can also do is select this range or select it from here. Then you can select a specific column. Let's say I'm going to press on Control Shift and then down at the bottom to the right. And you can see all of them has been selected. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on Control C so that I can copy it. Control C. And now how are you going to copy it to a next spreadsheet? First off, you have to make a new spreadsheet. So here I'm going to do is click on this plus sign, click on this. I'm going to do is paste it right over here. You can see that I have my data on a new spreadsheet. So we are good to go, and we know how we can change or copy our spreadsheet or copy our sheets to another spreadsheet in our workbook. Now, the next thing we're going to learn about is going to be inserting hyperlinks for easier navigation. So let's say in sheet 4, which we have over here, is now a bit different. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be using up hyperlink so that we can do better navigation on, let's say, our, just finding out a couple of data. Now let's say I'm going to go open up a new tab, and let's say I'm going to do is find out some worksheets. Now from here, I'm going to go off to some worksheets or live worksheets. I'm going to do is just click on this, and we're going to use this website. Let's just use this, okay? Now what you're going to do is going to be clicking on this share this page. I'm going to just copy the link. You can also click on this and copy the link however you want. The first thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on any one of them. Let's say I'm going to do is remove it and press on Control and K so that you can put in the link or the hyperlink. You can also put on edit or insert. In our insert, you will find out a couple of functions, but in edit, you'll see that it's like this, okay? So what you're going to do is just press on Control K, and you can put in any of the link. So let's say search or paste a link, Control V, and I'm going to do is just click on apply. I can see that it will basically look like this. Okay, I'm going to do is click on it. Okay, instead of here, what I'm going to do is going to be pressing on Z and pasting it on my sheet 5. So I'm going to do is select on this, press on Control K, Control K, put in the link, press on apply, and then here I have my link. I'm going to press on edit, and here in the text, let's say I want something to be different, to be visible. Let's say I'm going to type in web. Hit on enter, and you will see it will turn out to be as web. I'm going to double click on it and keep it at the center. You can see web, and when a person clicks on it, they will direct it to another website. Let's just see it how it works. Let's say I'm going to click on over here, and you can also join video calls if you want to from over here. But when you're visiting or when you're just looking at this sheet, when a person just clicks on it, it will take you directly to that site. You can see redirecting and then directly to that site. So this is like very simple to do, how you can add in hyperlinks for easier navigation in Google Sheet. Now the next thing to open up more features for your Google Sheet is going to be grouping rows and columns for better visibility. Now let's say I have open, or let's say low, close, and volume, but I don't want 3 of these to be visible. Instead of that, I want it to be concatenated altogether. So first thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on Shift or Control and selecting all of them together. Now what I'm going to do is going to be grouping them all together. Now if I want to group them, I'm going to do is right click on any one of them. And here what I'm going to do is going to be sorting or creating a filter. Or you can also use conditional formatting however you want. But that's like totally up to you how you're going to work with it. Instead of that, what we're going to do over here is going to be obviously grouping them from column. Okay, so I'm going to group them from column B to C. Okay, so how are you going to do that? Let's say I'm going to do select all of them together again. Instead of that, I'm going to do select on over here. You can see all of them are selected. Now I'm going to do is group them all together. First off, you have to find out the group section where it is. Now I'm going to select the both of them again. Hold on to Shift or Control. Select both of them. Right click on it. And then you're going to go down if you can't find the group column over here. You can see over here there's no group column. The first thing I'm going to do is going to be clicking on View More Column Action, and then you will find out group column B and C. Click on it, and then you can like click on this so that you can hide them, and you can also extend it whenever you want. So you can also add more columns. Let's say I had 3. Now right click on it. What I'm going to do is go off to group. First off, you have to sometimes you have to ungroup. So I'm going to do is group column B and D. Now you can see it like this, and you made another one. Okay, but when you press on Control Z, so I'm going to undo all of the grouping. Okay, and I'm going to do all of them together. First I'm going to do is click on all 3 of them together, right click on it, find out View More Column Action, and then group B to D. So when you click on it, you'll find that you'll be able to hide it whenever you want and also extend it whenever you want. So that's like totally up to you when you work with it. Now, the next thing we're going to learn about is going to be applying alternated color to largen the table, or, just make it up a lot more better. Now, how are you going to do that? So I'm going to do select the whole cell. First off, you're going to select on the first one, press on Control Shift, and then at the bottom, which is the down arrow key, and the right arrow key so that you can select the whole of it. You can also select any cell and press on Control A so that it selects the whole specific range of data where it contains. Now, what we're going to do over here is going to be changing the color. I'm going to do is right click on it. First off, I'm going to select it all over again. Select any cell, Control A. You're going to edit it the way you want it. You can also select on the specific cell. Let's say I'm going to do is select the cells this time. I'm going to do select all the cells all together. I'm going to right click on them, and you can edit it however you want. Let's say I'm going to view more column actions. Then you can randomize the cell or whatever you basically want to do. But if you want to edit it, you can edit it however you want. Now, first things first, what I'm going to do is going to be selecting the whole cell back together again. So after I back together all of them again at the same time, then I will find out that I will be able to change the colors according to my need. And how am I going to do that? So first thing is going to be applying the specific color or specific row or whatever area you want to use. Now, first I'm going to do is going to be clicking on the specific section called Fill Color, which is right over here. First I'm going to do select cell, Control A, and then you will find out this option of this. Now you can select whichever color you want. Now you can also find out alternating colors according to your need. But first all I'm going to do is select this alternating color so that I get this tab or the section over here so that I can work more on it. I'm going to do select whichever color I want. You can see now it looks a lot more better than how it basically was. You can use color 2, or color 1, whichever color you want to use. Let's say I'm going to use this color, and here I'm going to use something like this. It doesn't look good, to be honest, but yeah, this is basically how it works. So I'm going to do is keep it something like this so it looks a lot more better. I'm going to go at the bottom, and then I'm going to do is change the footer. So I'm going to do select on footer, and now you can see at the bottom it looks a bit different than the middle ones. So basically this is how you'll be able to make your report a lot more better looking, right? Now the last one is going to be defining your own theme. Defining your own theme is like very important when you're presenting it. And where are you going to find this function? You're going to find this function in format. Click on format and you will find out theme section or theme tool in the first one. So click on theme, and then you will be able to fix out whichever theme you want to use. Let's say I'm going to use this, and you will click on customize, and then basically you're going to click on done. Select on the cell, and then you will basically see that how you want your theme to look like. You can select or find in sheet whichever one you want to use. Let's say I'm going to select this area. I'm going to use this whichever theme you want to use. So now you know how it basically works in Google Sheets and also Microsoft Excel sometimes. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. Now let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about a couple more things, where we are going to take on a new keyboard shortcut keys, or we're going to learn about the specific or simple keyboard shortcut keys which are going to make your work a lot more efficient and easier in Google Sheets. Welcome to our 7th lesson on Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the basic and most useful keyboard shortcuts which is assigned with the commands in Google Sheets. Well, this will help you to make your work a lot more easier, fluent, and efficient while using Google Sheet. I've prepared a file or prepared a sheet for you which will be inside our resource file, which you can download and use it later on. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson by opening up Google Sheets. As you can see on my screen, I have a couple of these shortcuts on the spreadsheet, which I can use whenever I want, and they are assigned to specific keywords or specific, let's say, commands. So let's start off with the first one, which is Control+N. So what does Control+N do? It will basically make up a new tab for you so that you can work on afresh. But as Google Sheet is online and I'm using it on the browser, it will basically open up a new, let's say, panel for me. When I press on Control+N, you can see a new Google panel has been created. So I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to stay on this. But when you are using, let's say if you've downloaded Google Sheet as a software, it's going to make up a new format or a new spreadsheet for you whenever you're working with it. Then we have is Control+O. Well, most of the shortcuts which we see over here are basically the same one which we use in Microsoft Excel. Okay, so when I press on Control+O, it will open a file panel which we have in our File tab. You can open up the recent files which you've worked on, or from your drive, or shared with you, shared, or you can see the computers or uploaded, whichever one you want to use. You can select on Control+O instead of going through File and clicking on Open so that it doesn't take up a lot of time. Okay, so you just have all the commands on the tip of your hand or tip of your fingers. Then we have is Control+S. Well, Control+S is basically to save up your data. It saves up Control+S and it will save up your data. But one thing is that it's kind of unnecessary in Google Sheets because it doesn't actually need saving, because it already saves up all of the progress which you do directly online through this cloud drive or through your Google Cloud, or let's say your Google Drive. Okay, so you don't have to worry about it. But eventually, if you are using offline, then you can use Control+S to save up all of your progress and then work on later on without, getting into the hassle of working on about it over and over again. Then we have is Control+W. Well, Control+W helps you to close off the whole window. Okay, let's press Control plus W, and you can see Control plus W has, you can see that it has been opened or removed. Okay, so what we're gonna do over here is going to be taking this off. Now I have another panel, but now what I'm going to do is going to be opening up another panel, or let's say I'm gonna go back to that. So I'm gonna do is click on our history and open it up again. As you can see that it has opened up. Now let's go to Control C. So you already know about the cut, copy, and paste function. Okay, so I kept them all together. Control C for copy, Control X for cut, and Control V to paste. Let's try doing it. Control C, and to paste it, I'm gonna press on Control V. You can see it has been pasted. What if I wanna like cut this out? Control plus X to cut it off, Control V to paste it. But when I press Control plus C and paste it over here, Control plus V, you can see it is being copied. But I don't want that, so I'm gonna do is just remove them, and I don't want any of these. Okay, so if you want to like remove these borders, okay, so what you're gonna do is click on this and select on border and click on no borders, and the borders will be removed basically. So I'm gonna click on them and click on no clear borders. You can see the borders have been cleared. I'm gonna click on this, clear border, and no borders will be visible. Then we have is Control Z and Control Y. Control Z and Y basically plays up the redo and undo function. So let's say I'm going to press on Control Z. You can see it has been undone. I'm going to press on Control Z again. It has been undone. Control Z, undone. But what if I want to redo my progress? Instead of going to redo over here, just press on Control plus Y. You can see all the progress has been redone. So now you know how you'll be able to cut, copy, paste, and also redo, undo without using your mouse. Then we have is Control plus P. Well, Control plus P helps you to go off to your printing section or your printing settings. Press on Control P and it will open up this print settings for you directly. Now you can also see the paper, how it is. You can see landscape or portrait, whatever you want. You can also fix up your paper size, your print sheet, which sheet you want to print, fix the formatting, headers and footers, all of them all together. So I'm going to cancel this up. Then we have is Control plus F. Control plus F basically helps you to go through the section or use the tool or functionality of finding. Control plus F, and you can see you can find in sheet. Let's say I'm going to find on CTRL. Hit on enter and you can find out that all of the CTRL or control function or the keyword is available or where it is visible. Then I'm going to do is cut this off as I don't need it anymore. Then we have is Control plus Home. Control plus Home basically helps you to find out the first, or let's say the homing cell. Control plus Home. Also, I'm going to click on this. Control Home. Okay. It will basically select. I'm going to press on, let's say, Control plus End first. Control plus Home. I'm going to do is press on Escape. Control Home. And I'm going to go off to my first page in, let's say, Google Sheets. Or let's say I'm going to do is Control up and the bottom. Okay. This is basically how it works. Now let's move on to our next keyboard shortcut, which starts with Shift and Enter. So when you're navigating by using Google Sheets, what you basically do is use your left arrow, right arrow, up and down, and use your mouse right and selecting it with your left mouse click. But here, what you can also do is click on Enter so that you can skip a cell. Okay, instead of making some spaces in between them, you can hit on Enter so that you can shift some spaces in between lines or cells. Now, another one is going to be if we know all about our navigation. What Enter does is go down, right? But when we hold on Shift and hit on Enter, it will go up. So this is basically like the alternate. Okay, so this is basically how alternating works. You can hit on Enter and hit on Shift Enter and it will go the opposite. So now you know how this navigation works. Then we have is Control A. Most of the time when you are selecting a cell or selecting a range of data or the whole range of data, what you do is select it like this, right? But what if I tell you that you can just select all of them all at once with a single shortcut key? Select on any of the cells, Control A, and then you have it. The whole range of data has been selected. Okay, now you know how you'll be able to select all of them together. But if you want to select it like this, you can also do that. First off, what you have to do is select on any cell or the cell which you want to start it off, control, and then end. You can see it is at the end, but what we're gonna do is going to be going on at the top. Now, first I'm gonna select this, control, shift, right, left. Now you know how this basically works. Or shift at the bottom. Okay. Now the next thing we're gonna learn about is going to be control F2. When you press on control F2, it will also give you the same function, how you can open up the printing section of Google Sheets. You can see when you press on this, it will give you the same function or the same functionality Google Sheet has to offer. So I'm going to cancel it up, and we're done with control and F2. Then we have is, let's say, control and up. Just like this, you can hit onto the top of the cell. When you press on control down, it will go to the end of the cell. Okay, first off, it's going to go to the end of the cell which has the data. And when you click on after there's no data, it will just go down at the bottom, which is rock bottom, which we basically say. Now, the next one is going to be shift tab. Now, when you press on enter, it basically goes down, right? What if you want to go right? If you want to go right, then you're going to click on tab. You can see how this basically works. But what if you want to go left without your left arrow key? Hold on to shift and press on tab, it will go left. So enter for down, shift and enter for up, tab for right, shift tab for left. So now you know how these basically work. Okay. Now the last one is tab. Just tab, click on tab. But eventually tab has two different functions in your, let's say, Google Sheets or any spreadsheet program. Let's say you want to type in a function or a formula. Let's say I'm going to type in SUM. Now, instead of opening up the parentheses of the bracket, you can just hit on tab to lock in the first formula, which it suggests. Press on tab and will open up that function or formula for you so that you can start working on it. Let's say I'm going to type in equal, and then I'm going to do is count unique. Instead of typing it, I'm just going to press on tab and you will basically see the formula has been opened up. So now you know how the tab works in Google Sheets and also the spreadsheet programs. Okay, so hope you understood everything about this lesson on how you'll be able to make your work a lot more fluent by using keyboard shortcut keys and knowing about them. So basically these are one of the most useful, okay, and like casually used shortcut keys in Google Sheets and also spreadsheet based programs. So let's move on to our next lesson of Google Sheets. Welcome back to our 8th lesson of Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to learn about data validation and also how we can make a drop-down list in Google Sheets. Well, both of the methods in both Google Sheets and also Excel is quite the same. So, without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson where we are going to show you data validation and also a drop-down list. So, right now, what we're going to do is going to be making up a new blank spreadsheet so that I can put in my data and then validate it whenever I need it. So I'm going to do is going to be clicking on blank, and here let's say I'm going to do is, okay, let's say I'm going to type the name of 5 different fruits. Okay, now here I'm going to do is click on it so that it gives me the exact range. Type the name of 5 different foods, or let's say table. Here I'm going to make out the drop down list. I'm going to do is click on this, Control C, and paste it right over here. But instead of here, I'm going to do is going to be typing in, let's say, table of the names. Okay, basically of table of the names of 5 different. So I'm going to do is go off at the end. Colors. Okay. I'm done. Now I'm going to do is put up the names of the 10 things. Now here I'm going to do is going to be starting off with fruits. Let's say I'm going to put in apple. Then I'm going to put in, let's say, banana. Hit on enter. mango, lychee, and the last one, let's put in kiwi. Just a name, whichever one you prefer. And the next one, what we're gonna do is put in a couple of colors: red, blue, black, put in white. Now let's put in gray. Now I have a couple of names, right? I have 10 different names. So from the 10 different names I'm going to be making in the data validation table over here, or let's say I'm going to do is going to be making out this over here. This is going to be the drop down list. I'm going to type in the heading, drop down list. Okay. Now, if you want to validate those data, first off, select them, and then you can validate your data however you want. You can name it up. You can see more this option, okay, more actions which you can do. But here, what we can do is click on View More Cell Action if it doesn't appear up on your front screen or front interface. You can click on Data Validation. You can add a rule. Now, let's say these are all applied to range and criteria should be dropped down, right? You can add another method to apple. Let's say I'm going to put in this banana should be yellowish, mango should be also yellowish. Let's say I'm going to put in, instead of this, I'm going to customize this a bit. Okay. Then here in lychee, I'm going to put in something like this. And in kiwi, I'm going to put in a couple, or maybe I'm going to change it up a bit. I'm going to customize it. Select a color for it, press on OK, and now I have my kiwi. I'm going to click on Done. Now I have my data validation table over here. You can select on this and then select whichever one you want. But what if I want to use it over here and selecting the cells? So you can create your data validation just like that. But what if I want to use it over as a different one, or use it as a drop-down list over here? So now we already know how we can make a data validation table, but how do we make a single one? In a single one, what we're going to do is select this specific cell. I'm going to do is select the whole thing. Okay. And instead of selecting the whole thing, I'm going to right click on it. And here I'm going to make a drop down. Okay. Click on this drop down and you will find out this option over here. Now from here, what we're going to do is going to be clicking on drop down and apply the range C2. And here I'm going to click on advanced option, which cells you want to use. Now here in option 1, you can choose the color, you can choose whichever cells you want to use. Now here, what we're going to do over here is going to be option 2, option 1. But instead of option 1, I'm going to do is remove them, add another item. You can do that. Show help, that's like totally up to you. You can validate it over here. But I'm going to do is going to be removing them. And from there, what we're going to do is going to be selecting on this cell, and you're going to go off the data. And here in data, you can name the ranges, and also data validation is over here. So here I'm going to click on data validation, add the rule. You're going to select all of this together. Okay, then you're going to make a rule. That's like totally up to you. But what we're going to do over here right now is going to be a bit different than what we did over at the last place. Okay, so first things first, we're going to select the range of data first. First off, you're going to create the filter and then select the range of data. That's a bit different, right? But here, I'm going to click on data validation. Okay, select on the specific cell just like I did over here. Click on data, or go off the data validation. Click on this and then select on data validation. That's easy. Click on data validation. And you can see data validation rule has appeared up. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be clicking on add a rule. And instead of drop down, what you're going to do is going to be clicking on list of a range. So find out the list of range, okay? List from a range. Now I'm going to find out the list from a range. Let's say here it is not available right now. I'm going to do is find out list. If it is not available over here, you can see drop down from a range. Now you're going to select the specific cells. Let's say I'm going to use the specific cells. Okay, I can see H2 to H5. Now we have our specific range. I'm going to click on OK. Now we have a range. Now I'm going to do is put in the colors which I used previously. I'm going to use this banana. Then I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do is change it a bit more. I'm going to customize it. I'm going to use this more yellow one. And then in lychee, I'm going to use this one. And on the last one, I'm going to use this kiwi. Apple. For apple, I'm going to do is add in another one. Okay, you have to use from H5. Instead of H5, I'm going to do is use H6. Okay, H6 you can type in. That's like totally up to you. Then we have is H6. I'm going to use apple. Okay, I'm going to use this, or I'm going to use apple to be red. And banana, this, mango, this. Use just whichever one you want. I'm going to do is use this over here, lychee, and click on done. And when you click on them, you will basically see all of them. Okay, if it doesn't appear up, what you're going to do is do it back again and select the specific range of data. I'm going to do is remove this one, add rule again, and you're going to select on apply. You're going to select on this, add another range. You can do that too. From here, I'm going to do is select all of them together. Okay, I'm going to press on cancel. Let's do it from the first or from the beginning again so that you understand all of it. So here I'm going to do is remove this one too. Okay, I'm going to select both of this and remove it. I'm going to do is just remove this. Delete the cell. Okay. Now I'm going to do is going to be hitting on this. Control X, paste it over here. Control X and paste it over here. Okay. Now I'm going to click on this again. Right click on it so that you can get the function of data validation. If you can't find it, just go off the data and then select on data validation, which is over here. Click on data validation, and then first things first, what you're going to do is click on add rule. Now apply to which sheet. Okay, then drop down from a specific range. Select on this and then select the entire range of data. Press on OK, and then you're good to go. You have basically all of them. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. But basically there's 5, right? So it supports up to 4. Okay, so you cannot put another one. So you have to keep that thing in mind. You cannot put 5 of them all together. You can use 4. Okay, so I'm going to use this and click on advanced option. I'm going to do is click on this. Click on to enter a range of value from a range. That's like totally up to you. And display style, I can put arrow or plain text. That's like totally up to you which one you want to use. I want to use an arrow or a chip. So after you're done, just click on OK. And when you click on this, you'll basically find out whichever one you want. See? Select this and you will have the name. We're going to do the same thing with our color. Select on the cell, right click on it, go down, find out data validation, and then add another one, add rule. Then I'm going to do is add another item, add another item, add another item. And we have 5. Click on this, drop down. I'm going to select this. I'm going to do is going to be clicking on the range of colors. Okay, now we have 5 of them. So if you want to use 5 or more, you have to select or add in other elements at first and then use it according to your need. You can put in or assign colors according to your need. After you're done, just click on done. And from here, you can select whichever color you want to use. Now, if you want to add it a bit more, let's say I'm going to click on this one. I'm going to add in colors, red, here, blue, black. Let's just use this. White is to be totally white, no colors, and gray, I'm going to use this. After this, just click on done, and then you will have specific colors on each and every one too. So now you know how you'll be able to validate or do data validation in Google Sheets, and also how you'll be able to make a drop-down list, or let's say a data validation drop-down list in Google Spreadsheet or Google Sheets. Now, let's move on to our next lesson of Google Sheets. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. In our next lesson, we're going to learn about importing ranges or data from another type of format of files. So let's move on to that lesson. Welcome to our 9th lesson of Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to learn about how we can import range from spreadsheet to spreadsheet or worksheet to worksheet. Okay, so this is going to be a bit complex, but it is quite easy to do it if you get the hold of it. So I suggest you to watch the video up from the beginning to the end so that you don't miss a part, because if you do, you might face a couple of hassle while doing it yourself. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson so we can learn how we can import ranges from Google Sheets to another. And after this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can import a CVS file into Google Sheets and start working on it. So let's get into Google Sheets. So on my screen, you have a couple of range of data, right? We have this first, last, and ID. Now, what are we going to do to import this range into another one? You can obviously copy it, but what if you cannot copy it? What if there is no copy anymore? And what if you have to use a formula or a function so that you can copy the same thing up to a new range, or let's say make up a new range? But make sure in such a way, because when you copy, when you change the data of the first one, it's not going to change in the second one. So obviously you have to use a function so that when you change the data on the source, okay, on the source, is going to be changed on the next ones too. So let's just start knowing how we can do that. You can see we are using our data analysis table. From here, what we're going to do is going to be clicking on the cell where we want to start it from. So the formula or the function which we're going to use is going to be query. Query, open it up by clicking on tab. Now we need is the data, what type of data it is. So the data is going to be all of our columns. So the data is going to be our columns. Okay, or we're just going to select all of these. Okay, so as we have our column, I'm going to press on comma, and I'm going to press on space, and we're going to put in our query, what type of query it is. So in query, we're going to put in select. Okay, and here, instead of closing our parentheses or even our quotation, I'm going to put in a star, space, and a star, and then close off our quotation and close off our parentheses. And after that, we're going to hit on enter. You can see the whole thing has been put together right over here, right? So this is like basically very simple to do. So we have our first, last, and up till over here. Control X, paste it over here. Now, when you click on this, you will basically see the formula or the function which is being used. Now, I'm going to do is copy the same thing, Control C, and paste it right over here. We copied it, right? Let's say I'm going to use this. Check it out. Rainer, hit on enter. So instead of Rainer, what if we put, let's say, Harvey? When I hit on enter, you can see Harvey on both of these tables, Harvey, these changed, but not the copied one. So when you want to save time by updating a name or updating a specific cell, I would suggest you to use this importing range type of process or this function, which is going to be query. Let's say I'm going to do is, instead of Harley, I'm going to change it up and put in Quinn. Hit on enter, and you can see the Quinn has changed, but not Harley over here, which has been copied. So this basically saves you a lot of time. Let's say I'm going to do is put in another text over here. Let's say I'm going to put in Thompson. You can see Thompson has been put over here. Thompson, Arnold. I'm going to put in the data too. See, everything has been done. Eventually, if I even use a formula and use the sum, I'm going to click on tab, and I also have this over here. But instead of this, I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this. I'm going to have the whole cell. I'm going to sum it up. Equal sum. Okay, I'm going to click on this again. Sum. I'm going to select the whole cell. Close the parentheses and hit on enter. Now I have the value, and also it has been done over here. So now you know how you'll be able to do it, or able to use query. But instead of the query, there are other methods of how you can use a specific cell. Okay, now what if you want to use a specific column? So first things first, I'm going to click on over here. Instead of select and that, what I'm going to do is going to be, instead of this star, I'm going to put in, let's say, which columns you want to use. Let's say I want to use only the A and C cell. I'm going to put in A and a comma, put in a space, and put in C. Hit on enter. then you only have the first and the third one. See? So even if you put a change over here, it's not going to be put because we are not representing our second cell or our second command or our second column. We are only representing our first column and our third column, which is A and C. Now you know how it basically works. Now, let's say I want the result of a specific person. So what if I want a specific person? So I'm going to be putting in another command. So after C, first I'm going to select this. And here, I'm going to putting in where A is a specific person. So after C, I'm going to do is click on over here, C. And here, I'm going to do is put in a space. I'm going to put in where. I'm going to put in A, basically A, where our name is, where A equal. I'm going to put in the specific name. Let's say I have David. I'm going to put in equal, double quotation, David, ID. I'm going to hit on enter. And this is going to give me a formula phrase error. But what you're going to do is going to putting in an AND so that you get more of them all together, because we need two of them at the same time. And obviously you're going to put in double quotation at the end. So here what we're going to do is going to be clicking on over here instead of our double quotation. Let's say I'm going to do is where David. I'm going to close this off, or another bracket. I'm going to do is, let's use a single one over here, just on this case, David. And I'm going to put in AND. Okay, you have to put an and C equal the C column, basically, equal, let's say, double quotation. Or let's say where you want to put in a specific person or a specific name. Okay, let's say instead of the C, where we can just keep it like this, but let's say instead of that, I can put in a couple of numbers, right? We can put in a specific one, or I'm going to do is try cutting this off. And let's try using this double quotation. And you can see it has given me only the Davids where it is. You can see David has been used 3 times. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. Now, what if I say that I want a specific one too? Let's say there are 2 types of Davids. One is female, and one is going to be male. So, what if it is going to be like this? Now, what I'm going to do is going to be terming C at this time right now. So, there are 1 female, 1 male. So, I'm going to do is turn another one to be male, okay? Control C. I'm going to select on another David, and I'm going to do is remove it. And basically, I need 2 as an answer, right? Now, I'm going to do is going to be clicking on this first one, D, A David. And here, I'm going to do is put in the and C as a female, right? And C equal single quotation, or let's put in male. Male, hit on enter, and you can see that I don't have any value over here, right? Because there are, let's say, 1 and 2, because we are putting in C, okay? So here in C, I have 2 male, and it is not giving me any answer right now, because here we have A and C. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be doing a bit different over here. Let's say I'm going to type in enter, and we don't have any value, so it is male. I'm going to do is going to be typing in, let's say I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to use or try using male again. Here we have C and also B. If it is not working, then there are a couple of problems going on with this specific cell. We have this AND, equal, comma, and also the last one which we used. Well, sometimes it gives you an error, but most of the time it's going to give you a specific answer, okay, when you are using the gender. Let's say I'm going to use or type in this gender over here. Here we have our gender. Now I'll be typing in the same formula again. Here I'm gonna do is put in the exact same area where we're gonna change it. Okay, so I'm gonna do is going to be typing in the same formula, or instead of here I'm gonna put in a space in between them if it works. First gender, then we have is David. If we have it over here, we have David over here, and also David over here. So we basically need 3 of them, right? We have 3 of them, but yet only one is working. So A, we have select A, and then C, where A equal, let's say David, and C equal male. So I'm gonna do is copy this exact same value, Control C, select on over here, I paste it right off over here. It's still not giving me the exact answer. So this is basically how you find out the the data. Let's try and putting in a bit more. I'm gonna do is cut this off, and here A David, C is equal male. I'm gonna do is hit on enter. Now you can see that we have our answer. So sometimes there is an error in the Google Sheet, so you have to be aware of that. Now what we're gonna do is going to be taking our exact sheet to another new spreadsheet which we're gonna make. Then how are you gonna do that? So we're gonna open up another untitled spreadsheet over here. Now to take out the data, we're gonna use the function called import range. Import, and we're gonna select on range. We're gonna select on this. The first thing you're gonna need is going to be spreadsheet URL. So first I'm gonna go over here, and here what I'm going to do is going to be selecting the number, okay, after spreadsheet and before edit. So I'm gonna do is going to be clicking on and selecting this over here, Control C. I'm gonna do is pasting it with a double quotation over here because you're gonna be needing that. So you don't have to worry about it because you have to put in between. So I'm gonna just press on this double quotation. Then what I'm going to do is going to be, let's say the next one is going to be inside of a comma, and then the range string. Instead of the range string, what you're going to do is put in a space and put in double quotation, and make sure which one you're using. This is example 3, and make sure this is case sensitive. So I'm going to type in example 3, double quotation, comma, or you can put in or close off the parentheses, hit on enter. Now you can see it will look like this. What we're going to do is you don't have permission. So what we're going to do is going to be clicking on learn more, and then you're going to give the access. Okay. So you're just going to give the access, and that is basically how it's going to work. So I'm going to do is click you don't have permission to access that spreadsheet. So I'm going to do is give the access to the specific one. Okay. Now what we're going to do is going to be giving access. So if you want to give access to yourself, you're just going to go off to a specific range or specific settings. So I'm going to click on learn more, give yourself the access which you need. So after you give your access, you'll basically see that it will give you the access and also show you the same method or show you the same way how it basically works. You can see it's given me the reference error. So I'm going to do is going to be giving the access over here. After you give yourself the access, you'll basically see that all of the data which you had in your specific, sheet will all appear right over here. So this is basically how it works. Okay. So now you know how you can import your range and import data from one sheet to another without facing any problems. So now let's move on to our next lesson where we will be able to import our data from CSV to use in Google Sheets. So without any further ado, let's just jump into that lesson. Welcome to the 10th lesson of Google Sheets. In this lesson, we're going to learn about how we can import a CSV file or CSV format into Google Sheets. Well, there are going to be a couple different methods of how you can do it. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson and show you how you can do that. The first thing you need to learn about CSV is what is CSV basically. So a CSV is a comma separated values file, which allows data to be saved in a tabular format. CSVs look into a garden variety spreadsheet, but with a comma CSV extension. CSV files can be used with most any spreadsheet program. such as Microsoft Excel or Google Spreadsheets, which we are using right now. So the first thing what you're going to do is going to be downloading an extension, which you're going to need basically. Click on extension and click on add-ons. Click on get add-ons. Now it will show you an interface where you are going to be searching for CSV. Okay, here I'm going to type in CSV Exporter, CSV Exporter Pro, CSV Charts, and all of those. But you can also use some basic ones. Okay, so among the basic ones, we have a specific one, which we call as coefficient. So I'm going to do is type in coefficient, which you see over here. I'm going to select on that, and you have it on the first one. Select on this one and add it on by clicking on install. Click on continue, and it will show you an untitled Google sign in. Okay, if you are signed in, what you're going to do is going to be signing in and then like downloading it. From here, what you're going to be doing is selecting on your account or signing in. And after you're signed in, you're going to agree and click on allow to all, and you will see that it will start downloading your coefficient as an add-on, as an extension for your Google spreadsheet. Now you can see that add-on or coefficient has been added. Click on done and remove it. And when you click on extension, you will basically find out coefficient right below app sheets. Click on launch. When you click on launch, it will appear on the right side of your page or right side of Google spreadsheet. You can see coefficient is turning on over here. Now the next thing what you're going to do is going to be clicking on, or just fill up your criteria or fill up what department you want to work on. Let's say I'm going to use for sales. What's your role? Let's say director. Now we're going to put in the names, and you're just going to click on next, or select whichever one. I can use VLOOKUPs, pivots, and whichever one I want. And press on next. Now you can also use what system would you like to pull data from. Now select whichever data you want to use it. So as I'm going to be showing you how you can do that, let's say I'm going to do is take my data from ChatGPT. So I'm going to click on next right now. And when I take it from next, what I'm going to be using is going to be use GPT from Sheets or Formula Builder or whichever one you want. I can go back, and you can also click on import from. Where do you want to import it from, or where you want to export it to? That's like totally up to you. Now, if you want to import any of the file which you already have in your PC or any of your device, just click on import from, and then select the file or click on CSV. And then from there, you can upload it directly from Google Drive or upload it directly over here. Okay, then you will basically have a CSV file, and you will always obviously have that CSV over here. Now you can also click from URL. So I'm going to click on URL, and I'm going to paste in the URL. But as I don't have any URL, so I'm going to do is going to be generate one URL where I'm going to be using a CSV file. So I'm going to be generating one and then dropping it over here. Now I'm going to be typing or putting in our link, Control V. What I'm going to do is going to be clicking on next, and you can see that basically this is how it works. Okay, so you can take in your CSV file URL and pasting it right over here. If it doesn't work, what you're going to do is take another link. So when you are done importing or generating that CSV file, you will basically see that it will render a bit so that it will generate or render all of the data which it has in the specific URL of CSV. Okay, now we're gonna wait a bit so that it can generate or take all that CSV file over here. And you can see we have our annual representative, and you can see all of them over here. You can use whichever one you want. You can select them and deselect them. That's according to your desire. And then we have is the filters. You can also add in filters according to your desire. And at the end we have is advanced settings. You can also skip. You can skip the rows, import the name, and after you're done, just click on import, and then you're good to go. It will turn it basically all on your sheet. You can wait a bit, and after waiting a bit, you will basically see that all of them are being generated or rendered into your Google spreadsheets. It also works in the same way of Microsoft Excel. Okay, when you use extensions just like this, and you can see that all of the data is now being generated or rendered over here or put up over here. Everything is being imported up till the end. Okay, whichever one you select. And if you want to deselect them, you can also select it, and then let's select the year, or save and run, and you will basically see that some of them might get removed, but it might be imported back again over here. But if you don't want that, you can just obviously like press on Control Z and then get back to it again. Okay, so now you know how you'll be able to turn a CSV file into a Google spreadsheet one and start working on it back again. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Google Spreadsheets. Welcome to our 11th lesson on Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to learn about VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP. Well, VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP is one of the most important functions in Excel and also Google Spreadsheet. Well, in all basic spreadsheet programs, you basically need this function or formula because it helps to basically find out a lot of data in a lot of cases. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson of VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP in Google Sheets. Here, you can see a range of data has been prepared over here, and I also have, what totals and also about the items and also about the plans. Okay, now from here, what we're gonna do is going to be taking out specific data and finding out the ones we need. Let's say I want this copied. I'm gonna put this over here. We have pets. Now, what I'll be doing is going to be finding out the data or the amount for it instead of, just clicking and copying it from over here. What if we have a vast amount of data and we just have to select the specific cells or specific range of data and then find it out? So the first thing what we're going to do is going to be clicking on the cell where we want our result to be. So I'm going to type in equal VLOOKUP. So obviously, just like other functions, it's going to need to meet up the criteria or conditions. So first off, we're going to need the search key. So the search key is basically the key which is going to help you to find out the specific results of which condition or which category. So here, I want to find out the results or the amount for pets, right? So I have pets over here. So I'm going to select on this F4 as a preference. I'm going to put in a comma. And then I'm going to do select the range of data. Now you can see I've selected the range of data. I'm going to put in on the comma and now the index. So index is basically which one you are trying to use. So this is 1 and this is 2, right? So here we have 1 and 2 concatenated, right? We have this over here, okay? And then we have this over here. So I'm going to do is type in 2 or 3, whichever one you prefer. So let's type in 2. Put in a comma and then type in false. So false is for exact result and true is for approximate result. Let's type in false. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see basically there is no value. It's no value because it might be 3 too. So I'm going to do is type in 3, hit on enter. And now you can see for pets, it's 13. Okay. So as these both are now like together, so it's still on the third column. So you have to put in 3. So this is basically how it works. Let's try out other one. Let's say I'm going to use depth. I'm going to Control C, paste it over here. Equal VLOOKUP. The search key is going to be det. I'm going to put in a comma, select the range, Control A. I'm going to do select the range. My bad. I'm going to do is close this off. I'm going to do is select the whole range over here. Put in a comma, select 3. So this is the third column or which column you want the data to find out, comma, and then type in false. Enter. You can see for det, there is 6,724 pounds. Now, what if you want to use it as, let's say I'm going to copy this up first. I'm going to paste it up over here. I'm going to do is paste special. I'm going to do is, let's say, column width only. Or you have to put it in a vertical way or horizontal way. Okay, I'm going to right click on it. Paste special. Then you have to be transposed. Now you can see this is now transposed. Now I'm going to be doing the same thing which we did. I'm going to do is minimizing the size first in such a way so that I can see all of it together. I'm going to do is typing in equal Now HLOOKUP is just horizontal lookup. So basically you need a horizontal data value. I'm going to type in HLOOKUP. Now the search key is going to be det, right? Which are going to use this. And put in a comma. I'm going to select the search range key. I'm going to go all linear. We're going to go from J3. I'm going to go from J3 to W, or let's say J6 to W6. Okay. Now we have J6 to W6. I'm going to put in a comma. We're going to put 3 as the value. Put in another comma. And I'm going to type in false. Close up the parentheses, hit on enter, and you basically have it. 6,724 pounds. So this is basically how VLOOKUP and HLOOKUP works in Google Worksheets and also Microsoft Excel. So hope you learned everything about this lesson and this course from beginning to the end. Now, let's move on to a couple of class projects which we are going to do in this course so that you can upgrade your skills step by step. Welcome to our 12th lesson on Google Sheets. In this lesson, we are going to learn about a specific function which is called the date function. Well, there are different kinds of date functions and which are kind of really important. So we're going to go through them step by step from each one to like another one. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson where we are going to learn about all of the date functions which Google Sheets or any spreadsheet program has to offer. As you can see on my screen that I have a range of data. And this range of data, there are a couple of things. You can see today, now, day, month, year, date, and all of those. Okay. Now from the specific one, okay, we're going to find out that in date functions, okay. So the first thing we're going to learn about is the today function. What does the today function do? In the today function, it basically finds out the specific day which you are working on your, let's say, any spreadsheet program. Let's say I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to type in today. Close the bracket, hit on enter, and there you go. You have today's date. Okay. Well, eventually when you work on these softwares, basically if you open this up tomorrow, okay, open this specific spreadsheet tomorrow, it will update it up whenever. It's just gonna reset it or like, you know, update it according to its own device CMOS battery. I'm gonna type in equal. Now, if you want more specific timelines like the time and the date and all of it together, you're gonna type in now. Open the parentheses, close the parentheses, and hit on enter. Then you have the specific time and also the specific date. Now we're going to use these specific cells to find out the specific day, month, and year. You can also do that. But what you have to do is type in equal day. Open the parentheses, select the specific cell, close up the cell, hit on enter, and you can see the day is 20. We're going to do the same thing with the next ones. Let's say I'm going to type in month. Open the parentheses, select them, close the parentheses. This is 10th. Now year, I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to type in year. Select the cell, close up the parentheses, hit on enter, and there you go. We have the year. Now the last one, if you want to add all of them up, what you have to do is type in equal, date, then select the cells. Let's say this one, comma, okay, day, month, comma, and then year. So first thing I have to do is select the year first. You can see date is going to be year, comma, month is going to be this one, comma, and then the day. Close with the parentheses, hit on enter, and there you go. You have the total date. Now what we're going to do is subtract 10 days or subtract, or let's say add 5 days or minus 5 days, okay? The first thing what you have to do is type in equal, type in, let's say we're going to type, or let's say just, I'm going to type in 5 over here first so that I can get a specific 5, and I'm going to here type in minus 5, okay? You can also type it inside of it, but I just like keeping or like using it like this. And I'm going to type in, let's say, date. Okay, instead of date, let me just use this. Let's say the date is going to be clicking on this one, and then, or maybe just this one. Okay, I'm going to click on this one, and then plus this one. Hit on enter. There you go. We have 25. Okay. Now I'm going to do the same thing, but here I'm going to type in equal this one, select, then minus, okay, not minus, but comma, -5. Now you have the -5 value. We can also use the edate, which is going to be, I'm using this, okay, in the next one. You can type in edate, and the starting date, let's say the starting date is this one. You have to put in a comma, and then let's say when you select on this, you're going to get the exact value, plus 5 days, you know, just like this. Okay, there's going to be specifically, now it's just, you know, months. But what you can do is also a different one. Okay, starting date, and then we have the months. Okay, we can also put them date. Okay, but I prefer using this whenever I'm using months. Now, what if I say that I can get tomorrow too? So I'm going to type in equal tomorrow. You can type in tomorrow, but basically what you do is select the specific date, or you can type in today, bracket, +1. Hit on enter, and there you go. We have tomorrow's date. You can type in equal today, close the parentheses, -1. See? So this is yesterday. So now you know how you'll be able to do that. Now we're going to use the edate function. Now the edate function is basically equal. Now, just as you've seen, what I'm going to do is, first off, before that, I'm going to use 3 over here. I'm going to use -3. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Okay, 10 is going to be, let's say, 12 into 10. Okay, so 120. And -120. Okay, 10 years and 10 years minus. So I'm going to do the same thing over here, type in edate. And I'm going to do is going to be selecting the specific date today. Now what I'm going to do is comma, and then select the specific month. Close the parentheses, and there you go. We have 3 months from now on. We're going to do the same thing over here, type in edate. Now you can see that we have -3. Okay, so now you know how you will be able to work with that. Edate. You can see basically how it will work. I'm gonna do is cut this off. You can see 120 months. Not before, but I'm gonna do is cut this off. B2 and 120. Here we go. Now after 10 years, it's going to be 2033. Okay, I'm gonna do is type in edate again. Then I'm gonna do select the date, comma, and then 120. We already have it. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there you go. Before, like, -10 years, it was, 2013. So now you got hold of almost all of the date functions like the spreadsheet programs has to offer you. Well, these functions work in both Excel and also Google Sheet, so you don't have to worry about going through other videos or other lessons to find out the ones for Excel. So you can just use them in Excel too if you want to, but you can also use them in Google Sheets. Okay, so hope you understood everything up till the end of this lesson. Make sure to practice them in a while, and these are quite simple, so you don't have to worry that much. So thank you for watching this video up till the end. Welcome to the first class project on Google Sheets. The name of this class project is How to Transpose Table to Use HLOOKUP Function. So as you can see that I have also attached a description section. So transposing table or data in Google Sheets helped you to arrange your data in horizontal way. This helps a lot of people in various cases to understand the data and use specific functions such as HLOOKUP to be used, because those functions can only be used from a horizontal range or a horizontal plane. So we are going to use a couple of steps. So the first step is going to be opening up any web browser on your PC. So you can use any of your web browsers, such as you can see I have already one of it on, Microsoft Edge, Google Chrome, Mozilla Firefox, Opera, and anything you have. You can use whichever browser you feel comfortable at. Then you're going to open up Google Sheets. Well, I'm going to use Chrome, so I'm going to open up my Google Sheet by searching or going through the apps section. Then in step 3, we're going to open the spreadsheet called HLOOKUP. This will be given in our resource file. You can download it whenever you want and use it. Then we're going to do is transpose the data range horizontally. It's going to be vertically or given vertically. What you're going to do is transpose that data into horizontal. And this last step, what we're going to do is going to be using up HLOOKUP function to find out the value of RRC. That will also be given in the specific range. So without any further ado, we just have to go into the lesson, but let's just learn a bit about the outcome. So learning how to transpose a range of data allows you to use a lot of spreadsheet functions that require horizontal data range. Also, to find out data in the horizontal range, we're going to use HLOOKUP function, which is also similar to VLOOKUP. Basically, VLOOKUP stands for vertical lookup and HLOOKUP is for horizontal lookup. So obviously, we're going to need a horizontal planed data or a range to use this function. So let's just use or open up our web browser. That's the first thing we're going to do. As you can see that I have opened up Google Chrome. Now you can either search for Google Sheets, or you can also go through the apps section, which is one of the best accessibility in Google Chrome, because basically this is powered by Google. Okay, you can go through Sheets. But if you're not using Google Chrome, what you just basically do is search for Google Sheets and then click on the first link and then just go to Sheets. Okay, basically it's that simple. Now I'm going to cut this off. Now you will find out this file on your resource panel or the resource section. You can download it up whenever you want to. Now I'm going to do is click on this HLOOKUP, file. And you can see that I have this value over here, or I have the data already. Now we are done with 2 of the steps, opening up browser and opening up the file. Okay. Now the next thing what we're going to do is going to be transposing our data. Now, if you want to transpose your data, first what you have to do is select the specific range of data. Now, I'm going to do is press on or select with the shortcut key, Control A, and now you can see that my data has been selected. And I'm going to press on Control X to remove all of it, because I'm going to directly convert it or, just transpose it. Now, how do you transpose it? In Excel, you have in the copy or paste section, there is a section called paste and transpose. But here what you have to do is select the specific range, right click on it, and then what you're going to find out is going to be paste special. And in paste special, you'll find out this option called transposed. What you're going to do is click on transpose and basically you have it. Okay, now as I've clicked on the other cell and did that, now it is transposed. But if you press on Control X, then right click on it and let's say try this transposed and try removing it. And you will basically see a couple of errors over here sometimes, because in Google Sheet, it basically takes you all the reference cell. Okay, I'm going to remove it or press on Control Z because I don't need it anymore. Okay, I'm going to use this column and row over here. Okay, and I'm going to do is first off, let's just make it look a bit better first. Now, first thing I'm going to do is going to be, as we've transposed it, we're going to find out RRC, where it is available. Okay, you can see there are a couple of RRC, 1 RRC, 2 RRC, 3 RRC. Okay, now from here, what we're going to do is going to be using our function called HLOOKUP. But first off, we're going to need a specific range of data. Now, first thing I'm going to do is type in RRC, which is going to be our value, or let's say the preference. Now from here, I'm going to type in equal and then use the function called HLOOKUP. Now we're going to use the search key. You can either use the text, we're going to show it to you later on, but here I'm going to use the cell first, comma. Then we're going to do is select the specific range of data. Let's say I'm going to use this, comma. Now what we're going to do is going to be finding out the index. So in the steps we learned about, we will find out the amount of RRC. So where is the value, or which is the amount? So we're gonna go through the amount. Amount is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the index is going to be 5. Okay, it's 5. Okay, my bad. 5. Put in a comma and then is sorted. You have to type in false. Okay, false, because false is for accurate amount and true is for approximate amount. Let me hit on enter. You can basically see this is NA right now. Did not find out value. RRC in HLOOKUP evaluation. Why? Because we're going to use the same thing. Okay, my bad. So let's try doing the same formula again. I'm going to type in equal HLOOKUP. Instead of using the full thing, let's just try using this. Okay, this time I'm going to select on this cell RRC, which was, we have it over here. I'm going to do is take this RRC value, just this one, put in a comma. Now let's say I'm going to use the index. Let's say this is the third one, comma, and then type in false. Okay, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there you go, you have it. Let's try it again. HLOOKUP, select the specific cell, comma. Plus I'm going to use the whole thing now. Okay, put in a comma. And as I don't have it over here, I'm going to put in, let's say I'm going to use 3 or maybe 5. Put in a comma and then type in false. And you can see NA error appears up. So basically it has to be on the top. Okay, it has to be on the top most of the time. So only then you will be able to find it. It will term it as a heading. Okay, instead of that, what you're going to do is cut this off. Let's say I'm going to cut this one off. Let's say when you select the specific area and then you hit enter, you'll basically get a reference error, but it's basically how it works because there's no 5. We're going to put in 3, hit on enter, and there you go, you have it. Okay, so this is basically how you find out the RRC. Okay, let's try something else as an extra one. Let's say I'm going to type in BTC, hit on enter, and then you can see we have another value over here. So let's say I'm going to put in name instead of that. You can see it is continuing to be NA error. Okay, so now what I'm going to do is going to be typing in the specific cell. You can see the specific range, but what I'm going to do is cut this off. Now here I have to select the whole thing, hit on enter, and then you can see on 3 we have value. Okay, so this is basically how it works. So you can see the value, I9 is the name, H206, and third is value over here. Okay, so now you know how this basically works in Google Sheets and also other spreadsheet programs. So hope you understood everything. Now let's move on to our next class project. Welcome to our second class project on Google Sheets. So you can see the name of our second class project is using index and match function to find out data. So you can see that I have added in description and outcome. So the index and match function helps to return the value of a cell in a table based on columns and row numbers and return the position of a cell in a row or column respectively. So let's see a couple of these steps. So we're going to open up our web browser, then open up Google Sheets. And third step, we're going to open up spreadsheet called index and match, which you're going to find out in our resource file. In step 4, we're going to find the sales of Logitech, which is one of the most important. And the fifth one, which is going to be a bit more complex, which we're going to use data validation to find out sales of any specific brand using drop-down list. So let's see what the outcome is. Learning how to use index and match helps you to find out data in a specific cell. It also allows you to make a clean presentation by using data validation and drop-down list to find out data. It basically increases the aesthetics of your specific, your presentation or your specific project or whichever work you're doing. Okay, so without any further ado, let's just hop on into our web browser. As you can see that I have opened up my web browser. I'm going to go off to Google Sheets. You already know how you can open Google Sheets up. And then you will find out this one, which is called Index and Match. Click on Index and Match and there you go. You have it. Okay. Now the first thing we're gonna do is going to be finding out the value of Logitech or the sales of Logitech, right? So this is like very simple to do. This is basically one of those, lookup functions which is going to help you to find out that data for you. Now there are going to be two different methods of how we will find out data, which is going to be the simple way, and the next one is going to be, let's say, a bit complex way, which we're going to use data validation and also a drop down list. Now the first thing I'm going to do is going to be finding out data. Okay, so in our finding out data, we're going to first off find out our value or our sales of, let's say, Logitech, right? So here we're going to use two of the functions. Okay, one is index and one is match. I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to type in index. Now we're going to use our reference cell. The reference cell is going to be the sales which we are going to find out, right? So this is going to be our reference. Let's say we're going to pick three of them. I put in a comma. Now I'm going to put in match. Now as we've put in match in our match, we're going to put in double quotation and put in Logitech. Double quotation close. I'm going to put in a comma, and what we're going to do is fix out that, specific range of data. And as we're done fixing out our specific range of data, we have to put in our search type, which is going to be 0. Okay, close it off, close the parentheses 2 times, hit on enter, and there you go. For our Logitech, the sales is 5,832, right? We can do the same thing with HP. What I'm going to do is type in HP over here. So you don't have to worry about it. Just type in HP, hit on enter, and there you go. For HP, we have 2,161. As you've seen in our previous class project, that sometimes HLOOKUP or VLOOKUP doesn't give you the exact result, or sometimes it gives you some errors. So you have to think about that, and when you don't want to use those, you can just use them to make your work a lot more better. Now, as we've already done about how we can use our match and index function, very simply, now we're going to do is going to be using it in a bit of a complex way, which is going to be our data validation and our drop down menu way. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is going to be selecting a specific cell. Let's say I'm going to use our value over here. I'm going to type in index. Okay, you're going to type in index, or let's say we're going to customize or use both of it all together. Okay, we can like merge these cells and then do it, but that's like totally up to you. And the first thing I'm going to do is going to be selecting in our specific cell. Okay, now in our specific cell, what we're going to do is going to be typing in the same formula, but in our same formula, we're just going to use a blank cell as a preference. So as we are going to use our blank cell as a preference, and that preference, we're just going to make that blank cell into a drop down menu. Now, how are we going to use a drop down menu? We're going to first off use the cell first in our match section, and then what we're going to do is going to be putting in our values in that specific cell, even though it's going to give you an error at first. So I'm typing index. Let's say we already have our index. Now we're going to use our reference. Let's say we are going to put this reference over here, put in a comma. Let's say I'm going to type in match. Now we're going to use the search key. In our search key, instead of that, I'm going to use the cell, put in a comma. Then what I'm going to do is select on this, put in a comma, and then I'm going to put in 0. Now it's going to give me an error, but it's totally fine because we're going to use the data validation over here. I'm going to right click on it, and then we're going to find out like view more cell actions. So I'm going to click on data validation. You can see I'm going to click on add rule, and I'm going to do is, let's say we have 3, add another item. Now here, what we're going to do is going to be criteria, let's say from a range. I'm going to select on these 3 over here to make our drop down, menu. Press on done, and then we're good to go. Now when I select on any of these values, you can see it will give me the exact value of that exact brand. So let's say if we want Logitech, we're going to select on Logitech. If we want HP, we want HP. Okay, let's say I'm going to put in Dell. Okay, Dell. I'm going to put in a value. Now what we're going to do is we're going to be selecting on the cell and then select this part. Let's say I'm going to select on D5. Now, even though we have D5, I'm going to do is right click on it, advanced option, Let's say we're gonna do is select on this, and instead of A4, let's put in A5. Hit on enter. We also have Dell now, and press on done, and then you'll see Dell is also over here. Even though this isn't giving me the exact value, this is giving me an NA error. This is giving me an NA error because it doesn't match up. Okay, I'm gonna select on this cell. We can see A4, so I'm put in A5 over here. Okay, select on this A5, hit on enter, and then there you go. We have Dell, HP, Logitech, and Razer, all of them all together. And this is basically how it will work. So this is how, index and also match function works in Microsoft Excel and also Google Sheets. So hope you understood everything about this class project. If you didn't understand, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process, and keep on practicing. Welcome to our intro on Microsoft Excel. This is the course description of Microsoft Excel. So we welcome you to the Introduction to Microsoft Excel course. Microsoft Excel is one of the most powerful and widely used spreadsheet software in the world. Whether you're a student, a professional, or simply looking to enhance your computer skills, this course will teach you the fundamentals of Excel and how to harness its capabilities for data management, analysis, and visualizations. Now, what are we going to learn in this course? First off, we are going to master the basics. Understanding the Excel interface is one of the most important things, because if you want to use all of its functionality, you need to know its interface. We're going to learn about navigation and essential functions. Well, there are a lot of functions which are available in Microsoft Excel. Then we have is data entry. Data entry and formatting is one of the most important things, and that is the foremost job of Microsoft Excel. We're going to learn to enter and format data, including text, numbers, and dates. Formulas and function. If you want to find out your result by using formulas and function, you basically need to know all of the basic formulas and basic functions, which are essential for your result. We're going to gain proficiency in creating formulas and using common functions. Data analysis. Exploring data sorting, filtering, and creating tables. That is one of the most important methods of data analysis and also organization. Data visualization. Create charts and graphs to present data effectively. Sixth, data validation. Ensure data accuracy and consistency, because consistency is key. Managing worksheets. Work with multiple worksheets and manage large amount of workbooks. Time-saving tools. Discover tips and tricks to increase your efficiency. Well, there are a lot of tips and tricks, and one of those basics are knowing about the shortcut keyboards. Well, we are going to learn about them too. And the last is practical exercises. Apply what you've learned through hands-on exercise and real-world examples. Well, you don't have to worry, because our course also contains some class projects. So you have to go through them and practice on with it, and then you will be able to face your problems and overcome those. Now, we're going to learn about the prerequisites and also the course format. No prior knowledge of Excel is required. You should have basic computer skills, including mouse and the keyboard. That is basically it. And all of them, we're going to help you through the whole process. And about the course format, this course consists of video tutorials, practical exercises, and quizzes to reinforce your learning. You can complete it at your own place, and you'll have access to the course materials through your enrollment period. So, after completing this course, you'll be able to use it for various purposes, either casual or professional, such as daily use or even professional use. Then, you'll be able to proficiently and efficiently use MS Excel by handling all the issues and increasing Excel skills. And the last one, learn all the essential functions, formulas, and functionality of MS Excel. So, I hope to see you in my first lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to the introduction part of MS Excel. Now, before getting into our lesson or our first lesson of the course, we need a couple of information about Microsoft Excel or MS Excel. So, let's learn about what Microsoft Excel is. Microsoft Excel is a versatile and powerful spreadsheet application that has become an integral part of everyday business and personal data management. Whether you're a professional looking to organize and analyze data, a student trying to excel in your coursework, or someone who simply wants to become more proficient with the technology, understanding Excel is a valuable skill. So what is Microsoft Excel? Microsoft Excel is basically a spreadsheet program that allows you to store, organize, and manipulate data in a grid of rows and columns. It's designed to perform a wide range of tasks from simple calculation to complex data analysis and visualizations. Excel is a part of Microsoft Office suite and is widely used in various industries for tasks like financial analysis, data tracking, reporting, and more. Now, why should we learn Microsoft Excel? Microsoft Excel offers a wide variety of functionality and also advantages. First one is data organization, which is one of the main purpose of using Microsoft Excel. Excel helps you keep your data well organized, making it easier to find, update, and manage information. With the new updates every year, it's becoming more and more useful to a user. Data analysis. It provides powerful tools for performing calculations, creating charts, and gaining insights from your data. Time and efficiency. Excel automates repetitive tasks, saving you time and reducing the risk of errors. Even if you face errors, it's going to tell you that there is a problem within your work. Versatility. You can use Excel for a variety of purposes, including budgeting, project management, inventory tracking, and even personal tasks like creating shopping lists. And the last one is career advancement. Well, just like I told you, if you learn Microsoft Excel, it's going to help you to use it in your casual usage and also professional ones. So proficiency in Excel is a highly sought after skill in many professions. It can open doors to better job opportunities and career growth. So in this modern world, Microsoft Excel is now one of the most important things you should learn. Now, let's learn about the course overview and also about the highlights. This course is designed to provide you with a solid foundation in Microsoft Excel. Whether you're a beginner or have some experience, you'll find out valuable information and practical examples of help you become more proficient with Excel. Well, about the highlights, we're going to learn about Excel basics, data entry and formatting, formulas and functions, data analysis, data visualizations, and time-saving tips. Well, you already know about all of these functions and all of the highlights, but about the time-saving tip that we are going to share time-saving shortcuts and techniques to boost your productivity. Now, by the end of this course, you'll have the skills and confidence to use Excel for your specific needs, whether it's for personal finance, management, academics, research, or professional data analysis. So let's get started with the first lesson of how we will open up a spreadsheet on Microsoft Excel and how are we going to use it. First of all, what you're going to do is open up any folder or stay on your desktop. And from your desktop, what you're going to do is right click with your mouse and click on new. And you will find out Microsoft Excel worksheet. If you don't have Microsoft Excel or any Office suite, you can download it from their website and buy it or maybe use it however you want. Now I'm going to do is open up this worksheet however I want. Now, as you can see that Microsoft Excel has now been opened, and this is the interface of Microsoft Excel. Well, you can open up any worksheet just like this or spreadsheet just like this. But if you cannot open or if an interface like this appears up, what you're going to do is click on new or open, whichever one you want. So first off, it's going to show you this home interface. In this home interface, you will find a couple of these information and a couple of these functionalities. Let's start off with the blank workbook. If you need a new workbook, which is totally blank, you can use this. When you click on it, you will basically see the first type of spreadsheet which opened up on my screen is now opened again. But this is now book one. If I cut this off, you can see Microsoft Excel worksheet, which was the first one. Okay, so that is basically how you open up a new spreadsheet so that you can work on it. Now, it doesn't only provide you with a blank worksheet. If you have less time and you want more presentation, Microsoft Excel or Microsoft has the functionality to provide you with a template or a pre-built theme, which you can use to save a lot of time for your presentation. Now let's go over here. You have these couple of workbooks, but these are not just basic workbooks. These are the templates or themes which you will be able to use. Let's use one of this. When I click on it, you will get a preview. I'm going to press on create, and you can see that already a drop down list has been created so that you don't have to make it individually and waste a lot of time. So it saves you a lot of time so that you don't have to work extra on it. So I'm going to cut this one off too. Let's open another one from file. Let's say I want this beyond pie chart. I'm going to click on it and click on create. Now you will be able to see that it will create me another pie chart based template or even a spreadsheet. I'm going to cut this one off too. And this is not just it. I'm going to click on new, and you will see that search for online templates and this search bar. So in this search bar, it basically depends on what category of data analysis spreadsheet you want. Now there are a couple of categories such as business, personal, planners and trackers, lists, budgets, charts, and calendars. Choose whichever one you want and it will be already pre-built. Now from here, let's say I want something personal. So I'm going to click on personal, and all of the personal themes or personal templates will appear over here. You can go through each one of them and use whichever one you want. But one thing is that you have to stay connected to the internet and also stay connected to Microsoft account. Even though I'm not connected to Microsoft account right now, I'm going to suggest you to use Microsoft account and stay connected to it whenever you are using it so that you don't lose any progress when you are working on Microsoft Excel with your data, so that you don't lose any of the progress. I'm going to go back. Now let's search for something. Let's say I'm going to search for a business. Hit on enter, or you can click on that search button and you can see all the business related templates or themes have appeared over here. Let's say I want to use this, the same one. When I open this up and press on create, you will basically see the same template or a same theme will appear over here. Okay, you can see it has already been built. But if I want to use it on a blank one, I have to make it up individually and use a lot of time or spend a lot of time making it. So these are the functionalities Microsoft Excel offers you. So in the next lesson, we're going to learn about the new, open, and also all of the functionality or all of the tabs or ribbons we have in Microsoft Excel. So let's move on to our next lesson. File tab on MS Excel. Welcome to our second lesson on Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn all about the File tab we have in Microsoft Excel and what it has to offer. In our previous lesson, we learned about how we can open up a new worksheet or spreadsheet. Now, what we're going to do is click on our File tab, and we already know about the home and knew what it does, right? So if you want to open up any of the recent Excel sheets you worked on, you can click on any of them, okay? And it will open up just right away. And you have this pinned option so that you can pin up any of the work you have so that you can organize it in such a way so that you don't lose count or lose the progress, or maybe you have to take the hassle to search for it. So as you can see, when I pinned on it or clicked on this pin button, it has been pinned so that it is now easier for me to find it out. So when I click on pinned, I will just find it out and can open it up whenever I want. And if you want to unpin it, just click on this unpin button and it will be unpinned from your pinned section of Microsoft Excel. So you can open up whichever one you want. Like, let's say all of the worksheets which you have in your PC or your device, okay? So if you want to open those up, you're going to click on this open section. In the open section, we have 5 different sections to find out your progress or find out your spreadsheet. We have recent, OneDrive, this PC, add a place, and browse. Now, first thing is the recent, which is the same one which we found on home, recent. So in this recent, you will find out the recent ones which you worked on. And if you want to go through folders to find out your, let's say, workbook, you can go through folders and select whichever folder you have your worksheet on, and you can open it up whenever you want. Now let's go to OneDrive. What is OneDrive? OneDrive is basically a Google Drive type of thing, or let's say a cloud drive. It is similar to the Google Drive. It helps you to put all of your progress in the cloud or in the internet so that you can not lose any of the progress which you have. Or you can also share your work or share your spreadsheets through OneDrive. So how are you going to do that? First things first, you have to stay connected to the internet, and also you have to stay connected to Microsoft account or OneDrive account. It's going to help you to process all of your data through the cloud. You can use OneDrive in two different methods. One is going to be OneDrive for business or OneDrive for personal use. So you can use whichever one you want. If you want more business related, you can use OneDrive for business. But if you want it for personal use, just click on OneDrive for personal use or for you. And one thing you have to do is use the most latest version of Microsoft Excel so that you get most of the functionality or newer functionality which Microsoft Suite has to offer to you. Then we have is this PC. You can click on this PC and you'll be able to track down any folder or any file or any worksheet you have on your device. Then we have is add a place. And what is add a place? When you click on add a place, you can see just like this, OneDrive for personal use and OneDrive for business. So you can use whichever one you want, just like we did in OneDrive. And the last one is browse. When you click on it, it will open up an interface or a pop-up screen where you'll be able to search up any drive or any folder you have on your PC. Let me just show you. Now you can see that I have an interface just like this, okay? From here, you can go through any of the folder or any of the drive you have on your PC and select it up and track it down wherever are. And then at the end, select any of the spreadsheet you want to use, and then you'll be able to open it up if you can't find it from recent or this PC. But it doesn't matter sometimes because, you can just find it out through this PC, because when you press on new folder, it's going to create up that same folder or same pop-up, okay? So now you know what new and open section or open tab does. Then we have is this info. So what does this info help you with? In the info, you have protect workbook, inspect workbook, manage workbook, browser view options, upload, share, copy path, and open file location. So first thing is first, protect workbook. We're going to show it to you how you can protect your workbook so that other people or other, let's say, malicious file cannot fiddle with any of the progress you make. So that is why you can protect your workbook through Microsoft Excel. You don't need other software to protect your progress or protect your work. Then we have is inspect workbook. In the newer versions of Microsoft Excel, there is this function called inspect workbook. Before publishing the file, beware that it contains author's name and absolute path. So it's a lot about, copyright and all of those. Then we have is manage workbook. So you can make or manage your workbook in such a way so there are no unsafe changes in your progress. And the last we have is browser view options. Pick what users can see when this workbook is viewed on the web. So when any person through the web looks at your file or sees your file or inspects your file, you will be literally directly notified that someone else is looking at your file and seeing your workbook. So that is how this browser view option works. Then you can upload, share, copy the path however you want by using Microsoft Excel. Then we have a save and save as. We're going to also show you how you'll be able to save and save as whichever type of format you want in Microsoft Excel. Then we have is this print options. Then we have is this share. So we can share it with people through email or through cloud. Okay. Then we have is export. However you want to export it. We're going to go through each and every details through it later on. Then we have is this publish. Before publishing it, you have to sign into Microsoft account and also stay connected to the internet in such a way so that you can publish it with the Power BI. Then we have is this close. When you close it, this whole interface will be closed. And then we have is account, feedback, and options. Through these options, you can basically go through each and every options and every functionality you have in Microsoft Excel. Let's show you about customized ribbon. You can, apply more. So you can see now I don't have any draw. Now we'll have draw. And also, let's say I'm going to put in developer. When I press on OK, you will see draw and also developer has opened up. So you can go through files and make a lot of these things or use a lot of this functionality which Microsoft Excel has to offer. And in the account section, you can update Office updates such as this and about Excel, system, sign in, Office team, and all of those all together. You can fiddle through all of these settings which Microsoft Excel has to offer. Now, after all, when you press on close, you will basically see it will show you the spreadsheet which you were working on. Well, let's click on home and click on blank, and you can see book 2 has been made. But if you don't want to use book 2, you can just cut this off. Now, as I went to desktop, and now I'm going to open up this folder again, and you can see my new workbook has been made again. So now you know all about the file tab, all of the functionality file tab or ribbon has to offer. In this next lesson, we're going to learn about what this home, insert, and also page layout section has to offer in Microsoft Excel. And after our all tabs has been done, and when we know about the interface of Excel, we'll basically be able to easily find out which functionality belongs to which, interface or which, let's say, ribbon of Microsoft Excel. Then we're going to learn about the functions and formulas. We're going to go through them by categories such as, accounting, basics. Then there's a lot of stuff such as logic. Okay. So let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. We're going to learn about these three, which are home, insert, and page layout option in Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our third lesson of 3 basic tabs on MS Excel, which are home, insert, and page layout. So basically, when you open up Microsoft Excel, you will obviously end up on the home tab or the home ribbon. So in the home ribbon, you have the same type of options. If you are used to Microsoft Suite or Microsoft software suites, you will basically see it contains most of the basic things such as clipboard, font, alignment, number. Well, the number and styles are different from the other suites of, let's say, Microsoft Document, Microsoft Word, or Microsoft PowerPoint. Okay, those are the things different. So numbers and styles are different over here. Then we have cells, and then we have editing. We're not going to show you all of the usage of these because we are going to show it to you later on when we are showing you all of the functionality and formulas of Microsoft Excel. Okay, so we have the same things: cut, copy, paste, format painter, then fonts, the basic things. Then when we go to insert, you have these options of tables. When you want to insert tables or pivot table, just click on insert and you will be able to find them. Then we have is illustrations, whichever one you want to apply. Then we have is add-ins, which are extensions. Okay. Then we have is charts. We have a whole different chart section of Microsoft Excel. Then we have is 3D maps or tours. Okay. And with spark lines, which are also similar to, let's say, charts, but a bit different, which are most similar to. So basically, Sparkline is a tiny chart in a worksheet cell that provides a visual representation of data. Use sparklines to show trends in a series of values, such as seasonal increase or decreases, economic cycles, or highlight maximum and minimum values. Position of a sparkline near its data for greatest impact. We're going to show it to you later on how sparklines work. Then we have is filters. Well, filters allow you to use categories, and also it's a lot like drop-down menus. Okay, so you can select the specific amount of data or specific data which you need from a various range of data. Then we have is links. Well, basically it's hyperlink. Then we have is this text section so that you can apply text box and all of those word art, signature lines, objects. Then at the end we have symbols, and you can see a couple of these sections contain this option. When you click on them, you will basically see a lot of information or a lot of, let's say, functionality it has to offer. Let's click on alignment, and you can see the whole section of formatting or alignment section or alignment cell, or how you'll be able to align has appeared up. It happens to almost all of the ones which you'll be able to use and customize according to your desire. Okay. At the end, we have is this page layout section. In this page layout section, we have is themes, page setup, scale to fit, sheet option, and arrange. Well, this is one of the most important ones if you want to fix out your page layout, because obviously you have to, like, if you are going to print out any of the range of your data, you have to fix out the page, right? So that you can print it out in a certain way or how you desire it to be. So you can select out how it will be looking like when you print it up on a page, how you're going to fix the margins, how you're going to fix the orientation, size, print area, breaks, background, printing tile, which tiles you want to print, which tiles you don't want to print, okay? So you can fix it out just like this. And if you want to send stuff back or front and align it, group it, rotate it, that's like totally up to you. And you will go through each and all of the function or find all of the functions in this tab of Microsoft Excel. So these are the basic 3 sections or basic 3 tabs which you will find in Microsoft Excel. In the next lesson, we're going to learn about what type of functionality formulas, data, review, view, and help has to offer in Microsoft Excel. Now let's move on to our next lesson. Welcome to our 4th lesson, where we are going to show you the rest of the 5 tabs in Microsoft Excel. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson. In our previous lesson, we learned about the Home tab, Insert, and also the page layout. Now the rest of them are formulas, data, review, view, and help. Well, there are also other 2 ribbons which we have in Microsoft Excel, or what Microsoft Excel has to offer. But those can be opened up only when you go to our options and then you enable them. But if you don't need them, basically people do not use them most of the time except for developer. But if you want to open them up, you can press on, click on this, and they will open up right away. Now, except for those, we have the 5 different tabs, which are Insert, Page Layout, then we have Formula, Data, Review, View, Developer, and then Help. Okay, so here what we're gonna do is start off from Formulas. In the Formulas tab, you will basically find out all of the formulas and functions Microsoft Excel has to offer, or all the assigned formulas which we have assigned in Microsoft Excel. Well, let's say when a person is using up any formula or function on the cell, and if one person cannot find it or doesn't know the function of how they can type it, they can go easily to formulas and then find out the ones according to the category. Let's say I want to use something logical or some logical function, but I don't know how to type it. So what you can do is click on this formulas tab or ribbon and then click on this logical option, and all of the logical functions Microsoft Excel has to offer will appear right over here. Eventually, you can also get your desired result by using these functions or formulas over here. Let's say I want to use OR. I can click on OR and you can see the function or formula has appeared right over here. So this is basically how it works. Now, I'm going to do is cut this off, and you can see that if you want to define any cell or any range of data, you can click on this and name it, and also you will be able to use formulas in a specific range of data. Then we also have formula auditing. If you want to audit any of your formula in your range of data, you can just click on this, watch the window, or show the formulas, and all of the formulas in your specific range or your specific workbook will appear all together. Then we have the last section is called calculations. In this calculation section, you will be able to calculate any range of data and get your specific result through this section. Now, when I click on calculate now, you can select on any cell or any function which you type in a specific cell, and then you can press on calculate now, and it will give you the desired result whenever you want. Let's say it works the same way when you click on enter after entering a formula or a function. I'm going to do is cut this off now. Now let's go off to the data section or the data ribbon. In the data ribbon, you can get and transform any of your data which you have in your cell. Let's say you want to derive your range to a table, or maybe a table to a range. You will get that functionality right over here on this data ribbon. You can see the section is called get and transform data. You can derive it from the table to a range or a range to a data. You can also derive any data from a specific source, and you can also add in connectors so that you can derive all the data directly to the workbook you are working on. Then we have is this queries and connection. You can refresh your queries, connect your queries, and get the properties, and eventually also add links, which are also hyperlinks, which we see in this insert section called links. I'm going to go off the data again, and then we have is this sort. If you want to sort out any of your data according to your need, let's say A to Z, 1 to 100, and eventually so on. You can do it right from here. You will also find the option of filtering your data through this section. If you want to reapply, clear, and also advance any of your filters or any of your data which you see in your range or your workbook, you will be able to go through them through this section of sort and filter. Then we have is this data tools. If you want to data analyze or any data process, you can go through these sections of text to column, flash fill, remove the duplicates, then data validation, consolidation, relationships, and manage data models. All of those tools are available over here. Then we have is this forecast. If you want to apply any forecast sheet, or if you want to analyze any sheet by using this forecast method, you can do it by using these methods or these tools, which Microsoft Excel also has. And the end we have is this outline option. If you want to group, ungroup, and also get the results of the subtotal, you can get it through here. You can get the details and also hide the details whenever you want and according to your desire. And then we have is this review tab. In the review tab, there is always this basic things which you see in Microsoft Suite. Here's proofing, accessibility, insights, language, comments, protect, and ink. So among the other Office suites, we have this protect section. This helps you to protect your workbook from any unknown user to edit your data. So you will be able to give access to whomever they want to edit or also change the data whenever they want. But if you don't want it, you can put in a password protection so that no one can edit any of your progress or any of the work which you are doing on Microsoft Excel worksheet. Then we have is this ink section. If you want to hide ink, you can click on this hide ink, and the ink which is put in your Excel will be removed or hidden. You also have this comment section where you can apply in any comments, so when any other person is using it or when you share it to other person, they can see what comments you added in your workbook. If you want to change the language or translate it, you don't have to go to other softwares or use an external software to change the data, or let's say translate your language. Okay, so Microsoft Excel also has that functionality which you can use inside Microsoft Excel. Then we have a smart lookup, check accessibility. Then we have a workbook, thesaurus, and also spell check. We have in the review, we have is this workbook views, shows, zoom, windows, and also macros. You can also find macros in the developer option, but we're going to go through this first. If you want to see how your workbook looks like, you can go through this workbook views and view it up and see if you got your exact result however you want it. You can click on this ruler, formula bar, headings, however you want to apply grids. Let's just click on or fiddle with a couple of them so that you get a perfect or maybe a clear view of how these actually work. Let's say I'm going to click on heading. When I click on heading, you can see we have our headings, the column names, and also our row names, A, B, C, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and so on. You can click on grid lines so that you will be able to see the grid lines. If you click on them again, and they will appear up again. And also, if you want to hide them, you can also hide them. Then we have this formula bar. This is called the formula bar. If you can't, or if you don't want to apply or type in any formula over here or functions, okay, if it's not getting the exact space you need, you can just type in your formula over here. But first off, you have to select the specific cell where you want your result to be. Okay, and then you can type in the formula over here. You will also get your specific cell, or you can also type in the specific cell where you want your result, and it will appear right over there. Then we have is this section called zoom. If you want to zoom in and out, you can go through this section and fix out your exact POV. Then we have is the window. In the window, you'll be able to arrange all the windows and also add in new windows whenever you want. You can also freeze your panes. Let's say I'm going to freeze this pane, and you will see that I will not be able to edit this. Okay, so I'm going to unfreeze it, and you will see this pane is now unfreezed. Now we're going to go to split or split and hide. You can split up your data or split up your workbook and also hide it up according to your desire. You can also view side to side if you have multiple workbooks or multiple windows open, and also synchronize the scrolling whenever you want, and also reset the window position according to your desire. Let's say you have two workbooks open, but you don't want to go to like minimizing your exact workbook and also go to that. Okay, if you don't want to do that, you can just click on switch windows and it will switch up the workbook, whichever one is open. But one thing is that you have to have the exact workbook which you want to switch to be open. And then we have is this macros. Basically, a macro is an action or a set of action that you can run as many times as you want. When you create a macro, you are recording your mouse clicks and keystrokes. After you create a macro, you can edit it to make minor changes to the way it works. So basically, it helps you save up a lot of time doing the same process over and over again by just clicking on the assigned key to do a specific task. At the end, we have this help option. Well, if you want any help from Microsoft Excel, you can click on this help section and contact support, feedback, and also train with your skills. And then we have this developer and also draw. If you want to draw anything such as these, let's say these are the inks, which I set to hide inks and also remove it. So if you want to hide any of this ink, you can just click on that option of hide ink and these inks will be removed. I'm going to press on Ctrl Z to undo the process. And in developer option, you have this record macro, you have VBA, adds in, controls, and XML. Well, these are a bit advanced. Okay, so we're going to go through them later on after the course is done. So now we're going to move on to our first lesson of Microsoft Excel, where we are going to learn about the errors of Microsoft Excel and how you will be able to deal with them. Welcome back to our lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the errors in Microsoft Excel and also how you'll be able to fix them. So, all of these spreadsheets will be available in our resource file. You'll be able to practice on with your data and practice on with your skills whenever you want. So, as we are going to learn about the errors which Microsoft Excel sometimes shows. Okay, so the first error which we're going to learn about is going to be our hash error, and why that appears up and how will you be able to fix it. So first things first, when a data doesn't get an exact space to visualize that data on the cell, it turns into hashes. So when you just fix up the space and make sure that it gets the exact amount of space on the cell, it's going to be fixed. As you can see, now it has been fixed. But when I deduct the space or, condense the space, it turns into hash. It basically happens when it is not visible in a specific cell. Let's say I'm going to do is cut this off and do this again, and you will basically see that it will turn into hashes again. You can see it's like this, but when I condense it, it might turn into hashes. So just increase the space, and now you can see it's a bit more visible. When I keep it like this, or maybe a bit more like this, or just double click on it, it will be like this, okay? So I'm going to cut this off, and now the next thing we're going to learn about is going to be our value error. So why does the value error appear up? Let's get it from our result. I'm going to type in a function. When you're typing in a function, you have to type in equal and then type in the function name. What I'm going to do is click on sum and click on tab, or you can open up the parentheses by clicking on open bracket. So I'm going to do is just use on tab. And what I'm going to do is select both of these. And I'm going to do is close the bracket or close the parentheses and hit on enter. You can see that I got my exact result because both of them are now summed and the result is 377. But what happens when there is a value error? It basically appears up when there is a non-logical value inside a specific cell. Let's say I'm going to do is, instead of 73, let's say I'm going to do is type in KJ. And I'm going to do is use this. And you will basically see it will be like this, right? But what if I do this and this at the same time? 358 and a name. I'm going to do is type in a name. So what I'm going to do is deduct it instead of summing it up. I'm going to do is press on escape. I'm going to do is click on it. And instead of sum, let me take specific cells. I'm going to do is take this. I'm going to do is pick up the specific cell, type in equal, click on this, minus this one. Hit on enter and you will get this value error. So basically when you add it up, the part or the cell which doesn't have any data or a numerical value is termed as 0. But when you deduct it, it's not going to work because it doesn't match up the logic, okay? So you cannot divide a number with an alphabetic order, okay? So this value error appears up. So when I do this, you will get it like this, okay? But when I add in a name, okay, let's type a name and hit on enter, you will get this value error again because it cannot find the exact result or exact function it needs. So when I type in a name again, let's say I'm going to type in 4. Now you can see it met up its criteria and then giving you the result. So this is basically how you'll be able to fix it up. Let's say type in 4 and you will get your result. Now the next error is going to be the spell error. Let's say I have this data over here. I'm going to type in Horace, Control C, paste it right over here. Now I'm going to do is going to be taking this. I'm going to do is press on this. I'm going to do is take the exact result, Control C, and paste it right over here. You can get this exact result, but when you are using a function, it will give you an error. Okay, I'm going to do is Control C. I'm going to do is take out this function over here. Let's say I'm going to use a function over here. I'm going to type an equal, unique, tab. I'm going to do is select this array. I'm going to do is close out the parentheses and hit on enter. You can see it's given me an hash spill. And why does this appear up? It appears because it doesn't have the exact space it needs to represent the data over here, because this alphabet over here or the word over here is working as a barrier. And when I remove this, you can see, now you can see the value is now represented because it doesn't have any barrier right now. So you have to keep in mind that if there is any data that is blocking the array or the range, it will give you the hash spill error. So you have to remove the data which is in your exact cell or exact row. You have to remove it and it will be fixed. Now let's move on to our next error, which is going to be the name error. So why does name error appear up? Name error appears up when you don't put the exact alphabet or exact name a function is assigned to. Let's just show it to you right now. So an example, we have sum function, right? Then we have is divide function. Then we have a lot of functions such as VLOOKUP and all of those. But let's say I'm going to do is type an equal and plus. I'm going to open up the parentheses and sum all of this up. Well, basically, it's supposed to give me a summation of all of these, right? But when I hit on enter, it's going to give me the hash name error. Why is it the hash name error? Because Microsoft Excel is not programmed in such a way or doesn't have the exact task or command to specify what command you're using if it is outside of its programming. Okay, so Microsoft Excel, when you're summing in Microsoft Excel, when you are summing up data, you either have to put plus or use the function called sum. Only when you put sum and then sum all the data all together and close the parentheses and hit on enter is going to give you the exact result, which one you desire. But when it doesn't meet up the criteria or doesn't meet up the conditions to give you the exact result by identifying the functions which Microsoft Excel has been programmed with, it's not going to give you the result and also going to give you the error called hash name. Then we have is the next error, which is called hash ref. The hash ref error appears up when it can't find the exact conditions or exact range of data from a specific result. Let's say I have the result over here, which are minuses, right? But all of these are basically minus and this is sum, right? So I'm going to do is first off, I'm going to do is remove the sum and put in minus. I'm going to do is click on this C3 and then minus D3, right? Hit on enter. I'm going to do is double click on over here. Okay. Then what I'm going to do is going to be removing one of this column from here. I'm going to do is remove this, delete. I can see it's given me a minus because now it's telling me that there is a 0 value. But what if you remove the whole column altogether? Let's say I'm going to do is delete the whole thing. Delete. Now you can see that it's given me the hash ref error. And how will you be able to fix it? Just put in the value and it will recognize all the data altogether back again. Because now it can't find up the C3 which was back before I removed it. Now it's C3 or hash ref and then it was supposed to be D3. Okay, so I'm going to do is remove this or press on Control D and you will basically see that it has given me the exact result which I need right now. Then the next one which we have is deviation 0. Why does deviation 0 or error deviation 0 appear up? When you divide any number or any exact number with a zero or a cell without any number, it shows you the deviation zero error. Let's say I'm going to do is type in 90. I'm going to do is from here, I'm going to do is type in equal. I'm going to do is type in the formula over here. I'm going to do is equal. I'm going to do is put this value over here. And I'm going to do is deviation by this. I'm going to hit on enter, and it's given me the exact result, whichever one I need. So when I use this or fill the hidden, you will get the exact result of all of them. But what if I do like remove one of these? Now you can see that this cell doesn't have any value, so it's given me the deviation 0, which is divided by 0. Okay, so when I remove another one, let's say I'm going to remove this one too, and it's going to give me the same result or the same error. When I put in any number over here, let's say I'm going to put in 34, 35, hit on enter, and it's going to give me something like this. Okay, now what if you don't want any of these, instead you want percentages, and you want to fix up the, let's say, deviation 0 error? So what you can do is click up any of these cells, and what you're going to do is going to be do the if error. Okay, I'm going to type in if error, tab. I'm going to do is going to be clicking on the cell which one I need. Let's say I'm going to click on this and divide it by the cell which you want to divide it by. Then I'm going to do is -1, and then I'm going to do is going to be putting in comma and double quotation. I'm going to do is close the parentheses and hit on enter. You can see now when I remove any of these results, and I'm going to use the fill header, and you can see there is no deviation error, because now even though this cell doesn't have any data, it's working in such a way so that it works as 0. So it's not going to give me the deviation error. Okay. In the next one, we're going to learn about the NA Excel error. So how does the NA error appear up, and how will you be able to fix it? Let's use a function so that I can show you how this error appears up. So this basically appears up when you're using a function, but the exact data of a specific person or a specific result doesn't belong in the range of data which you're using. I'm going to type in equal, and then I'm going to use the VLOOKUP function. VLOOKUP. Then I'm going to do is open up the, let's say, the lookup value. The lookup value is going to be over here, and I'm going to do is type in F4 so that I can lock in the value. I'm going to put in a comma, and the next thing I'm going to do is use the table array. So the table array is going to be, let's say, the second one. Okay, second one or the third one. Let's say I want to use this third one. Also, I'm going to put in 2 because this is the second one of the array. I'm going to put in a comma again. I'm going to type in what type of column index number I want to use. So I'm going to just put in false right now. What I'm going to do is type in false. First off, you have to put in the table array. Let me just put it up over here. The lookup value is going to be I3. I'm going to put in I3, comma. And here I'm going to putting up the lookup or the range lookup. I'm going to type in false. Hit on enter. It's giving me the 0. Okay, I'm going to put in like this. It's giving me 00 over here. You can see the I3 is over here, I3. And then this is the table array which we are going to look up the value from. And then what I'm going to do is, first off, instead of F3, let's try using the H3. Okay, H3. I'm going to do is hit on enter, and you can see from here I get this 353, and in stun I get 0 because there is no person named stun over here, so it has given me the NA error. So basically, when it can't find the data or the exact result or exact match of a specific data from a specific table, is going to give you the NA error. So if you want to fix it up, what you have to do is just fix out the exact name. When I put in Stan, you will basically see this amount of Stan will appear right over here. So now you know about all of the errors of Microsoft Excel and how will you be able to deal with them. So now let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about the logical functions of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about logical functions in Microsoft Excel. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson of Microsoft Excel logical functions. So the first logical function which we are going to use here is the AND function, or the AND gate, which you've seen in a lot of cases. So the first thing about the AND function is about knowing what it does. The AND function returns the true if all its arguments evaluate to true, and returns false if one or more arguments evaluate to false. One common use for the AND function is to expand the usefulness of other functions that perform logical tests. As you can see that on my first result, I already have a false, and how you'll be able to use this AND function in Microsoft Excel or any of your range of data. So first things first, what I'm going to do is going to be typing in equal and then and open up my parentheses and then put in the conditions which it needs to meet. Okay, now you can see on the first one we have is this and B4 is this, which is Smith, and C4 is 65. When I click on this, you can see that C4, it's either greater or equal to 60, or let's say C5 is greater or equal to 70, okay, which are these two. So it's going to give me the exact result if it's true or false. And just like it said, it returns true if all of its arguments evaluate to true, and it returns false if one or more arguments evaluate to false. So as we can see that 13, which is of Martin, is not equal or greater than 70. So thus, even though if the first one is true, the second one is not, it's still going to give me a result of false. So both of its arguments needs to be true. So let me give you the result, or how will you be able to use it. Now, what I'm going to do over here is going to be equal, and then I'm going to type in AND. When I type in AND, I have to put in the logical function 1, which is from over here. Let me just show it over here, which is B4. And you have to put in the name first, and then put in the value, or the specific cell which you are using. Okay, so let me just show to you over here, equal, and you have to put in the logical one. Let's say I'm going to select on this cell, or you have to type in the value. I'm going to do it, equal, and then I'm going to type in the logical first, which is Martin, which is over here. And then I'm going to do is put in equal, and then I'm going to put in the name. But whenever you put in the name, you have to use double quotation. So in double quotation, I'm going to put in the name. Let's say I'm going to type in Martin. And as this is case sensitive, you have to keep it just the way it is put up on your array. I'm going to put in double quotation. And then here, what I'm going to do is going to putting in another comma, because we are done with this first logic. Okay. In the logic, we have to put in another value, which is Martin, which is of C5. We have to put in C5. So C5 is greater or equal to this specific value. So let's say I'm going to put in greater than, let's say, greater or equal to 50. Okay. Then I'm going to do is going to be putting in a comma, and then I'm going to put in logical value 3. So I'm going to put in this one, which is over here, B6, equal, and then double quotation. I'm going to put in the name, SHWE, and then I'm going to put in double quotation again. And after I'm done with double quotation, I'm going to put in comma, and I'm going to put in the logical 4, which is our second logic, shui. And then I'm going to put in, let's say, C6, which is going to be C6. I'm going to put in greater, or let's say greater or equal. So let's say I'm going to type in 50. Okay. And after I'm done with that, I'm going to do is close off the parentheses, and then I'm done. I'm going to close off this parentheses, hit on enter. It's giving me false. Why? Because it is neither equal or greater than 50. So I'm going to do is put on this, and you can see all of them are false. Why? Let's just try let's say instead of 50, I'm going to put in 10. 10. Here I'm going to put in 10 at the same time. Equal. Now you can see all of them has turned true, because both of the values are the same, and eventually all of them are greater or equal to true. So now it is true. Okay. But this one, it is not. It is not equal or greater than 10. So I'm going to use this again, and you will see all of them are now false. But it is still taking up the same value of the top one, because this is only Martin and Shui. So when I put in another value, let's say I'm going to put in a comma over here, and I'm going to put in logical 5. Let's say I'm going to use Mary. I'm going to type in equal, double quotation. I'm going to put in Mary or Jacob, whichever one you prefer. Let's say I'm going to put in B8 is Mary. Mary, double quotation, close, comma, and then this is C8, C8, and then equal, which I'm going to do is greater or equal to 10, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and then you will see that one of it might turn into true this time, but yet it is not. So as one of them inside it is false, it's going to be turned out as false. So what I'm going to do over here is going to be putting in another one. Let's say we have Mary. So I'm going to do is C8. First off, I put in a different value. Let's say I'm going to put in this first C8. Let's say instead of that, I'm going to do is B8. B8. Let's say first off, I'm going to type in Mary. Put in Control Z. Put in like this. We put in C8 or over here. I'm going to put in a comma. I'm going to put in the specific cell. Let's say I'm going to put in this one, B7, type in equal. I'm going to put in Jacob, double quotation, Jacob, double quotation, close, comma, and then I'm going to do is select this cell, greater or equal to 10, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see it like this. You can see it is something like this. Okay, it's going to take 3. So what if I do 4? So I'm going to do is take all of this together, Control X. Here I'm going to put in this value, enter. You can see now all of them are false because one of them inside of them is false. So you have to need all of them to be true so that you get a true result. Okay, now let's move on to our next function of OR. So first of all, we need to know what the OR function works or how it works in Microsoft Excel. Basically, the OR function is a pre-made function in Excel, which returns true or false based on 2 or more conditions. So let's try on using this OR function in Microsoft Excel. As you can see that I'm using these values, but these are XOR or XOR exclusive OR. You can see there are 2 types of OR inclusive, XOR exclusive. So let's try using OR function. So let's try putting in our OR function equal or open the parentheses, and I'm going to put in logical 1. Let's say I'm going to put this logical 1, and then what I'm going to do is going to be putting in, or let's say, what is this cell? So B4 is equal to Jerry, right? I'm going to put in double quotation. I'm going to put in Jerry. Jerry. You have to like keep in mind that it is case sensitive. Close it off. I'm going to put in this comma again, and then I'm going to put in another logic. I'm going to do is equal, or let's say it's greater, which is this 67. I'm going to do is put this greater than, let's say 80. Okay, greater or equal to 80. And you can see both of them are true, so it's giving me this. So if I put in equal, let's say I'm going to put in equal instead of this, enter, and it's going to give me true because one of the condition is still true. Even though if the other one is not, it's still true. I'm going to use this fill header, and you can see a couple of them are false because here it's still Jerry. What if I put another one over here? Instead of Jerry, I'm going to put in Smith. Hit on enter, and you can see now it is true because it is now conditioning to be true from this location or this specific cell. So what happens over here is that even though if you have a couple of conditions or a couple of logic and it's still one of them is true, it's going to give you the true result. It's unlike the AND. In AND, if one of them is false, it's going to give you the false result. So this is basically how this works, or this is how the AND function works. Now we're going to move on to the NOT function, or how NOT function works in Microsoft Excel. So first off, we have to know what the NOT function is. The NOT function is an Excel logical function. It helps to check if one value is not equal to another. If we give one true, it will return false. And when we give false answer or false result, it will give us true. So it's going to give us basically the opposite. What I'm going to do is equal, not, open. I'm going to use both of these. I'm going to close the parentheses, hit on enter. It's going to give me false and true. So in this logical test, there is two things or two alphabets or two numbers which only this computer or Excel knows, which is 1 and 0. 1 is to be true and 0 is false. Okay, so 1 turned out to be false and 0, which is off, is turned out to be true. So it's going to give me the opposite answer. So if I put in 1 over here, I'm going to do is type in 1, you will turn that both of them are false. If I derive or remove both of them, you will see both of them will turn true, because even though there are no data, it's still false, but it's going to give me true as a result because we are using the not function. Let's say I'm going to use this not function again over here and put in not. I'm going to do is logic this one equal, let's say I'm going to put this 2. I'm going to do is put in a comma. And even though this is not like you can use double, okay? So when I use this, it will give me false because this is a data over here. But when I use both of them results, I'm going to do is cut both of these. I'm going to use both of these and hit on enter. You can see one is false and one is true. So I'm going to use this fill header and fix up the other ones. I'm going to do is get these. And you can see false and true, true and false and true. Okay, so this is basically how the AND and OR and NOT function works in Microsoft Excel. And the last one is XOR or exclusive OR. So how does this XOR function work in Microsoft Excel? First of all, we have to know what XOR function is. Okay, so basically XOR or exclusive OR was introduced in Excel in 2003 and is available under Excel logical function. It is a logical exclusive OR function. For two given logical statements, the XOR function would return true if one of the statement is true and the false if both the statements are true. So what it basically does is that it gives you the return of true if one of the statement is true and false if both statements are true. So let's show you how it basically works. You can see now here we got this true. C4 is greater than 54, right? C4, 54, okay, it's greater than 54, okay? And then we have is 78 and 57. Now let's try doing the other ones. I'm going to type in XOR. Now let's say I'm going to do is this one. Let's say this is greater than 10, comma, logic 2 is going to be this one is greater than, let's say, 50, and comma, this one is greater than 80. It will give me a false result because all of them are true. Okay, sometimes it's going to give you a true result. Why is that? Because all of them turned out to be true. Okay, this is greater than 10, right? Now, what if I turn them to be, let's say, a bit greater? Let's say I'm going to put in 50. Here, I'm going to put in, let's say, here I'm going to put in 90. And here I'm going to put in 92. Hit on enter, it's going to give me the false result. Okay, so if all of them are, let's say, if return true, if one of the statements is true. So all the statements are true, so it will give me a true or false if both the statements are true. Okay, I'm going to use this fill header to get all of the results, and this is basically all true. But one of them is false because this doesn't match the exact result. Okay, so now you know about how these logical functions work in Microsoft Excel. So in our next lesson, we're going to learn about relative and absolute cell reference. Welcome back to our lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we're going to learn about relative and absolute cell reference. Knowing about absolute cell reference and also relative cell reference is one of the most important things you have to learn in Microsoft Excel. So what is basically absolute cell reference and relative cell reference? So when you are using Microsoft Excel, you see a lot of these cells, okay? So each one of them are cells. But among them, when you use a function or when you get or try to get an exact result, you need the specific cell reference, right? So when you are putting in any value, let's say I'm going to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay? Now, I put all of them in a specific range, but from the specific range, I started from C2 to C6, right? That is a relative or a specific cell reference. So if I want to use these values and get an exact result, I need to use a function. So let's say I'm going to do is type in equal, I'm going to put in sum, tab. Now I'm going to put in 1, comma, 2, and this, and this, and the last one, and then close the parentheses, hit on enter. It's going to give me the answer of what I need. But among them, you can see C2, C4, C5, and C6, right? What if I say that I now need the same thing over here? Let's say I'm going to use the same thing. Okay, I'm going to copy the whole thing, Control C, and put it up over here. Equal. Now it has given me true. What I'm going to do is not H2. And give me this exact result, 13. I'm going to cut this one off. 13, right? But now, when I add another value over here, let's say I'm going to put in 21, 24, 53, 64, and this one. So I'm going to do is get the results of one by one, okay? I'm going to do is delete this and delete this one too. And type in equal, sum, open the parentheses, and sum both of them, and do it. Now, if I use the fill header and take it down right over here, it's going to give me the results of each one of these cells. Not the first one, but the different ones, right? And you can see the first one, we have C2, D2. And the next one, we have C3, D3. And the third one, we have C4, D4. So now, it is using relative cell reference. So when you drag it down, it's going to identify which value is where. Okay, now it is C4, D4. But if I use absolute cell reference, you have to put in anchors in between them. If you want to put in anchors, what you have to do is put in F4 when you are using a specific cell. F4, F4, hit on enter, and then use your fill header, and you will basically see that all the values are the same, not the relative cells. Okay, because it is now anchored and giving you the exact result. Even if you drag it down right over here, it's still going to give you the same result, because it is only identifying or using only one cell reference or two cell reference. Now, if I don't use anchors, you have to toggle it F4 a couple of times. I'm going to toggle it F4, and then I'm going to hit on enter. And then when you use your fill header, you'll basically see these ones, the ones that are not over here, will turn into 0, because now it is using relative cell reference and there are no values after C6 or D6. Okay, so when I use absolute cell reference, it's going to anchor your data and going to use the exact same cell as a condition and as a logic. So now you know about how relative cell reference and absolute cell reference works in Microsoft Excel. Well, this basically helps you to do a lot of work or a lot of process where you need the exact number or exact value in a couple of cells. So now let's move on to our next lesson, where we are going to learn about switch, cell, and row function. Welcome back to our lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about switch, cell, and row function. First off, we're going to learn about what these functions actually work for, or how these actually work, and what are those. So in the switch cell, what it basically does is switches up the exact value of the number by using the condition or the logic and giving you the alphabet or numerical value of that exact data you want. As you can see that on the first one, we have number of days, and then we have its number names of the days. But I did not put any value over here, and neither am I using any relative cell as a reference to find out the name of the days, right? Instead of that, this function helps you to identify the number according to the range of data and putting in the names. Or eventually, you can also use the names and putting in the number of values. In the first one, I already have the result. You can see how I'm using this function. As you can see, what I'm doing is putting on switch and then using the logic. And if it meets the logic, or let's say 1, it's going to be Sunday. If it meets the logic 2, it's going to be Monday. And if it meets the logic 3, it's going to be Tuesday. Eventually, I have 3 of these values. Okay. So what I'm going to do is going to putting each one of them up on the next, let's say next column over here on number 2. So you have to keep this thing in mind, how you'll be able to put it. First off, you have to put in the value, then you have to put in the reference, and then you will get your result. So let's start off with the first one by using this one on the second. But in the next one, I'm going to be putting 2 as the number. Okay. And then you can put in the same value if you want to. You can also cut this one off and then put in the exact value however you want. Now, first I'm going to do is press on escape, and then I'm going to do is type an equal, switch, open up, and then you have to put in the expression. The expression is going to be the first one, or you can use the cell or you can use a number, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to type in that. I'm going to press on Control C. I'm going to type an equal, switch. I'm going to put in my expression, which is going to be the exact cell, which is B6. When I put in B6, I'm going to put in a comma, and then I'm going to put in the values for what values it's going to be. Well, let's say I'm going to put in 1 first. So for 1, it's going to be Sunday, right? I'm going to put in comma again, double quotation. Let's say I'm going to put in Sunday, and then put in another double quotation to close it off, and then put in a comma. And then I'm going to do is put in the value 2, comma, double quotation, Monday, double quotation, close it off, 3, comma, then I'm going to put in double quotation, Tuesday, double quotation, and close it off at the end. Okay, I'm going to do is close it off, put in, close the bracket, hit on enter, and you can see it's now Monday. Now, when you use your field header, you will basically get the result of each and every one of them. But what let's say I'm going to do is put in 4. And you can see 4 is an A because there is no exact value to be 4. So if I put in 4 over here as a value, I'm going to put in comma, 4, comma, double quotation. Let's say Wednesday. I'll put in double quotation again, hit on enter, and you can see now it is giving me the value of Wednesday too. I'm going to put in this value, I'm going to type in 4, hit on enter, and it's giving me an A because now it doesn't recognize this exact formula which I put in the last one. So I'm going to do is put this, I'm going to do is Control X, I'm going to do is paste it right over here, hit on enter, and I'm going to do is use the fill header. You can see now it is giving me this one because now it's using B11. Instead of B11, I'm going to cut this off. I'm going to take this one, hit on enter, and then use the fill header. And then you will get your results of each and every one of the days which you want. Now let's go off to the cell function. How does the cell function work? So the cell function basically specifies which cell it is on, or you can also use a couple of other things. So instead of here, I'm going to do is type an equal. Then you have to select the specific cell. I'm going to do is anchor that cell. I'm going to do is multiply it. When you're using multiply, you have to use this star sign. And I'm going to use this one too. I'm going to do is anchor that data too. I'm going to put in another star. I'm going to put in this 40. Hit on enter. And you can see I have the exact result. As all of them are now used by absolute cell reference, it's not going to work on the other ones, except for the E column. So when I use this, you will get a bit different because now I have 25 and 14. Now, if I use equal cell, now you can use which number it is, address, column, color, content, file name, format, parentheses, prefix, protect, row. So I'm going to put in row. I'm going to select this, close the parentheses, hit on enter. It's giving me value error because there is no value over there. Okay, so if you have to fix it, you can double click on it. You have to fix in the info type first and then put in the reference. Let's say I want the color. Okay, now I'm going to do is info type, and then I'm going to do is select the specific cell. Now you can see that it's giving me 3 because now it is on the 3rd column. Okay, so now you know how the cell function works in Microsoft Excel. And the last one we have is row. It helps you to find out the number of the row or the absolute, or let's say relative reference, or whichever cell you selected. Let me just click over here. I'm going to type an equal row and then select this one. It will basically give me 3 or 5. I'm going to close up the parentheses, hit on enter. You can see now this is row number 5. Okay, what if I cut this one off? I'm going to do select on the cell, delete this. It'll give me the reference error because that cell has been removed. But what if I take this off and select another cell? Let's say I'm going to put this 11 and it'll give me an 11. Okay, so now you know how switch cell and row functions work in Microsoft Excel. Now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. Welcome back to our lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn all about the if functions and how those basically work. Well, there are basically 3 if functions, which are if else, and also nested if. We're going to go through each and every one of them step by step. So what you see over here are all if else, and nested if. We're going to get result from each and every one of them. So how does the if function work? Well, it's going to give you an exact result or a statement if the conditions meet up the criteria. So let's just give you an example over here. We have category, amount, usage, and we're going to get out the status. So you can see we have our amount, but we're going to also use this usage of the exact result. So let's say I'm going to do is start off with our function. I'm going to type in equal, I'm going to type in if, and then we're going to use our logical test. Our logical test is going to be the exact result or exact cell which we are going to term it off. Let's say our amount. What I'm going to do is type in or click on our amount, and then I'm going to do is going to be B2, is it equal or greater than the exact amount which I'm typing in. So let's say this one is greater, or let's say B2 is greater than 4 or 500. Let's say I'm going to do is 400, or let's say I'm going to type in equal. I'm going to close it off. Equal to 400. And if it is greater than 400, I need a result. Okay, I'm going to type in comma, double quotation. If it is greater than 400, I want it to show me that it is a profit. So I'm going to type in profit. But one thing about if is that it only works with one logical test. So you cannot put in double or let's say 2 or 3 logical functions over here. So I'm going to close out the parentheses and close this parentheses, hit on enter. So it gives me the profit. If I use this, the fill header, it's going to give me a false if it is not, or if it does not meet up the criteria or the condition. So this is not greater than 500. Thus, it gave me the false. What if it is a loss if it is not greater? So I'm going to put in another one, even though I told you it doesn't work in such a way that it terms it to be, let's say, the double condition or the double logical in this if function. So I'm going to type in if false, let's say value if false. Okay, if it is false, then I'm going to do is going to be typing in, let's say first off type in loss in double quotation, hit on enter, and now it is using this. I'm going to use the fill header, and you can see this is loss. But if I take another parentheses, or let's say I'm going to do is use another cell, let's say I'm going to use this one. What if it is greater or equal to 500? So I'm going to do is put in a comma, hit on enter, and you can see you've entered too many arguments for this function because this function doesn't contain or doesn't use more than one function at a time. So you have to keep that in mind. So what you do is basically put in the specific value or the specific cell, make sure it is equal or greater to a specific amount, and then you can find out if it is a false. You can put in your keyword, and if it is not what you want, then you can put in that value true. Okay, so this value if true, so you're going to put in a keyword, value false, put it in another keyword, and it's going to give you the exact result. So now you know how you can work with if function. Let's move on to if-else function, or how this if-else function works in Microsoft Excel. So in the if-else function, it uses up different logics or several logics at the same time. So let's just give you the if-else result or how this basically works. I'm going to type in equal and if-else. And we're going to put in our logical test 1. So in our logical test 1, we're going to use this mouse, okay, J4, okay. And in J4, if it is J4 equal to a mouse, let's say I'm going to put in mouse, close the parentheses. If it is a mouse, I'm going to put in comma. I'm going to put in double quotation. Let's say this is Logitech. Okay, close the parentheses, put in a comma, and logical test 2. We're going to use the same logical test, which is J4. It is equal, if it is equal to keyboard, let's say double quotation, keyboard. I'm going to put in over here. If it is a keyboard, then I'm going to use is close out the quotation and comma. Let's say this is Red Dragon. Red Dragon, double quotation, comma, J4 again. If it is equal to Mike, I want this. Let's say I'm going to put in double quotation first. Double quotation. If it is a mic, let's say I want it to be Blue Yeti. Double quotation again. And then if I'm going to put in another comma, J4. If it is equal to headphone, double quotation, comma, I want it to be, let's say, Corsair. Double quotation, okay, double quotation, and close of the parentheses, hit on enter. You can see it is mouse, Logitech, keyboard, Red Dragon, and mic, Blue Yeti, and then Corsair. You can use this in the same way, however you want. Now, what if I use this as else or with else? Okay, so it's going to give me true or false at the same time. So let's start off with the first one, how we can do it. Let's say I'm going to do is put in if this result at the same time, IFS, logical task 1, I'm going to put in J4. We're going to use the same value. I'm going to put in equal. Let's say I'm going to put in the first one. Let's start off by copying this first. I'm going to do is take this whole thing, Control C, Control V. Now, what I'm going to do at the end is going to be, if it is like at the end, true and MISC. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is going to be typing at the end. Okay, if it is a headphone after that. So it is this after Corsair. What I'm going to do is going to be typing in comma over here, comma, true. You can see true over here. Put in this or type in your tab. And then I'm going to put in another comma. And I'm going to put in double quotation, MISC. Okay. And put in double quotation again. And close off the parentheses. Hit enter. Now you can see with else, it looks like this. You can see Logitech, Red Dragon, Blue Yeti, and then Corsair. Okay. And so what it basically does is that when I change this, I'm going to do is delete. You can see when there isn't an exact value, it's going to show me MISC. Okay. So when I put in again, let's say I'm going to type in headphone, hit on enter, and it's going to give me the exact brand of that specific thing. So this is basically how if this function works in Microsoft Excel. And the last one we have is the nested if. Now we're going to find out the result by using this range of data to find out the result by using the nested if function. So if it is this, it meets the condition, then it's going to be fail, pass, or distinction. Okay. So now what we're going to do is going to be using our ifs function by knowing what ifs function is or what it does. So I'm going to put in my values over here, type in equal, and then I'm going to type in if, just an if. Okay. I'm going to hit on tab. I'm going to put in the logical value or the logical test. Let's say I'm going to use this name first, D6. Okay. So this is basically the name. Now D6, if it is equal to something which I want, let's say D6, okay, or which one I'm going to select, let's say E6, okay, which is the exact value. Let's say if it is greater than 60, which you can see over here, you have to put in those values over here. If it is greater than 60, or let's say I'm going to put in 70, first one, which is distinction, okay, so I'm going to put in 70. If it is greater than 70, I wanted to put in distinction, okay? Let's say I'm going to put in the double quotation. I'm going to type in distinction. Okay, double quotation again. And then I'm going to put in comma again. And here, what we're going to do is put in another if function. Now here in the if, what I'm going to do is going to be opening up the parentheses and use another value. Let's say I'm going to put in the same value of E6. And here, if it is greater than, let's say I'm going to put this, if it is greater than 50, okay? So I'm going to put in 50. After I put in 50, I'm going to put in a comma and if true and false. So if it is greater than 50, it's either going to pass or fail. I'm going to put in double quotation, pass, double quotation, comma, fail. You have to put in double quotation. Okay, double quotation to close and close off the parentheses, hit on enter. You have to put in double, okay, close off the parentheses again, hit on enter, and you can see this is pass. I'm going to use the fill header and use the other ones. You can see pass, pass, fail, pass, and distinction. So this is basically how the nested if works in Microsoft Excel. So you have to make up your own range of data and then put in however you want, and you can use more if in one single if function. So now let's move on to our next lesson of Microsoft Excel. If you're falling into some problems or facing some problems, please let us know and we will guide you through the whole process. Welcome to another lesson of MS Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about the keyboard shortcuts or some keyboard shortcuts which is going to help you to make your work a lot more easier while using Microsoft Excel. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson by opening up Microsoft Excel. As you can see in my screen that I have a couple of keyboard shortcuts on my screen. So the first thing we're going to start off is going to be the Control N. So the Control N is going to help you to open up a new tab, or let's say a new worksheet to work on. Let's say I'm going to press on Control N and you will basically see that it will open up a new book for me. As you can see that I already have one open in the background. You can see this is the one, but this opened up another one which is over here. You can see from the title, this is book 1, and the previous one which I had was known as keyboard shortcut. So this is basically how you open up a new workbook in Microsoft Excel. Now the next thing we're going to learn about is going to be how we can open up the open panel or the open tab in Microsoft Excel. So just instead of going up to file and clicking on open and opening up your specific file or specific folder, you can also press on Ctrl+O so that this open section opens up on your screen and you can open up whichever file you want to work on. So this makes your work a lot more easier. Then we have is Ctrl+S. Let's do something over here, and let's say when I press on this cross, you will see that it isn't saved yet. So I'm going to do press on X like this and press on Ctrl+S, and when I press on cross, and you can see that it has been cut because all the progress has been saved directly. Now let's move on to our next keyboard shortcut. Now the keyboard shortcut which we are going to learn is going to be Ctrl+W. This helps you to close off the whole tab, or let's say to close off the whole section. Okay, section as in the worksheet or the workbook which you're working on. Let's say you want to cut it off. Just press on Ctrl+W. It also works as Alt and F4 to cut the whole thing. Okay, so I'm going to open up that specific file again, and you're going to basically see the same thing. I'm going to cut this off because I don't need it anymore. Then we have the Ctrl+C, Ctrl+X, and Ctrl+V. Well, these basically work with the same kind of function. Let's say you want to cut, copy, and paste, but most of the time what people do when they don't know the keyboard shortcut, they just go off over here and then select the ones which they want. You can see Ctrl+X is for cut, Ctrl+C is for copy, and Ctrl+V is for paste. So let's say I'm going to try this up. Ctrl+C, I'm going to Ctrl+C, just press on Ctrl+C and paste it up by pressing on Ctrl and V, and you can see it has been pasted. But what if I use this, and now let's use Ctrl and X to cut this off. Now I'm going to paste it over here. You can see that this has been cut. But what if I press on Ctrl+C and press it over here? See, this is how basically how it works. Okay, but when you press on Ctrl+X all together, paste it over here, you can see the whole thing has been removed and taken right over here. So I'm press on Ctrl+Z. Okay, I've removed all of them. Now the thing or the process which I did is Ctrl+Z. What does Ctrl+Z do? Ctrl+Z basically does undo for you. Okay, let's say I did something. Let's say I'm going to type in one thing. I cut this whole thing off. I press on Ctrl+Z, and you will basically see that the process I did will come back. Okay, you can see it has turned back. But what if I want to redo it? Press Ctrl+Y so that I can redo the whole process. Let's say I'm going to cut this whole thing off. Delete, Ctrl+Z, and you can see it has been undone. So anything you do is being basically saved in Microsoft Excel or recognizes your whole command. So when you press on Ctrl+Z, that process will be undone. And when you press on Ctrl+Y, it will be redone. So now you know what Ctrl+Z and Ctrl+Y does. Now, after you're done with the whole progress of your work, you want to print it out. Then what you do is just go off to file or go off to print section, right? But if you want to save some more time doing that, just press on Ctrl+P and it will open up the print section for you, including the preview. You can see whichever settings you want to do over here on Microsoft Excel on how you'll be able to print your specific document or specific file. And then you can just, after you're done fixing all of it, just select on print or press on print, and then you are good to go. So now you can see the lines and the margins. Now, the next thing we're going to learn about is going to be Control and F. If you want to find any data or anything in your worksheet or spreadsheet, you can just press on Control F instead of going through the find and insert or find and replace settings. When you press on Control F, you will basically see this interface or this tab will open up, and then you can put in your keyword to find out the specific data, whichever one you want. And after that, select the data. Let's say I'm going to press on CTRL and hit on find next, and you will basically find out where the CTRL or your keyword is. You can see find all, and you can see it all over here. Okay, now the next thing we're going to learn about is going to be Control and Home. Let's press on Control and Home. This basically takes you to the first cell of the Excel or whatever data you have, and when you press on Control and End, it's going to go at the bottom. Okay, Control Home, Control End. You can see over here. Let's just click on any cell, Control End. You can see, and I'm going to do is press on Escape. Click on over here, Control Home. You can see now it is at the top. Now you know how you'll be able to select the specific cells or specific, at the bottom or at the top. And the next thing we're going to learn about is going to be Alt and Enter. Well, you can also do Shift and Enter at this. So we need navigation in all softwares while working with it, right? So we know about the navigation. We can use our arrow keys down, up, left, and right. Okay. But when you are done with an alphabet or done with something by entering your keyword or your data, you press on Enter, right? But what if you want to go up? If you want to go up, just press on Shift and Enter or Alt and Enter, and it will go basically up. Okay, this is how it works if you want to go up and down. So down is for Enter, and up is for Shift Enter, okay, or Alt Enter. Okay, now we have Control A. When you are selecting a range of data, what you do is basically select it like this. Sometimes it becomes a hassle and you get out of range of the data, right? But if you want to select the whole range altogether, wherever you have the data, just select on the cell which has the data, press on Control A, and you can see the whole range will be selected. Let's say I'm going to put some data over here too. I'm going to press on Control A or Control A, and you can see that this has been selected. I'm going to press on some data over here, Control A, and you can see this data has been selected too, because this column also has a couple of data which it might need. So it detects the data or detects the place where it has the data, and then selects it according to that. Then we have is Control and F2. When you press on Control and F2, it's also going to take you to the print section in Microsoft Excel. You also have this new sheets, and now how will you be able to make a new sheet? When you press on Insert and click on Insert Sheet, you'll basically get, the keyword or keyboard shortcut assigned to. This is Shift and F11. You can insert another one. Let's say I'm going to press on Shift and F11, and you can see a new sheet has been made. So this is very simple to do. When you want to delete it, just click on it, right click, and delete it whenever you want. Then we have this Control Up and Down. If you want to go to the top, just press on Control Up. And if you want to go to the end of the cell, then just press on Control Down, and it will take you to the last cell until, Microsoft Excel can process. Then we have is Alt F4. It is basically to cut it up, okay? You can cut up the data or, close up the workbook by pressing on Alt and F4. Then we have is Tab. So Tab basically does two type of things. One is going left and right. Okay, you can see when you press Tab, it will go right. You're entering the data, press on Tab, and it will go to the right side. What if you want to go to the left side? Press on Shift and Tab, it will go left. But there's another function of Tab. When you're using any function or formula in Microsoft Excel, let's say I'm going to press in Sum, press on Tab, and it will open up that, function or formula and open up the parentheses for you. Now let me type another one, equal, count, unique. Okay, I'm going to click on it again. This is not over here, so I'm going to put in equal, count, A. Okay, we're going to use just count A. I'm going to select on this, press on tab, and you can see that specific function or formula has been selected or opened up. Now you know how these shortcuts work. So hope you understood everything about this lesson on Microsoft Excel and learning about the basic shortcut keys of Microsoft Excel. And if you want to go through some other shortcuts, you can search on over here, type for shortcut key, okay, or type in keyboard shortcuts. Okay, if it's not over there, just go off the file, go off the settings or options. From here, you can go through other ease of access, advanced, all of them over here. Then you can go through a couple of shortcut keys, okay? If you want to see all of them together, and if you want to see a couple more shortcuts, what you basically do is that Microsoft Excel doesn't have a list. What you're going to do is go through each tab and just press on Alt, and we'll give you the shortcut keys to each and every one. Let's say I have H, and when you press H, it's going to give you that specific data. Now, if you want to press on other ones, you can see M is for that, L is for that, C is for that, okay? So now you know how you'll be able to use shortcut keys on Microsoft Excel. Now let's move on to our next lesson. Welcome to another lesson of Microsoft Excel. In this lesson, we are going to learn about filter and pivot table. So we're going to learn both of them in one lesson. And both of them are quite simple to do. So without any further ado, let's just hop into the lesson and show you how you can do that. Filtering and pivot table both are basically done with the same concept or the same purpose of organizing data in such a way so that you can find it whenever you want or whichever data you want to search for. So the first thing we're going to learn about is going to be how you can filter up your data and how you can make a pivot table out of it. If you've learned already about how you can data validate or do data validation, you already know how you can do that. But filtering is a bit different because in data validation, what you basically do is validate the specific data and find out the specific range of data, right? Now, the first thing we're going to do is filtering our data. Now, obviously, when you are filtering a data, you obviously need a range of data. So this is going to be our range of data for this lesson. So I'm going to select all of this range. And first thing you're going to do is go off to this data section or the data tab or the data ribbon. Now in the sort and filtering, you will find out the option of filtering. From here, just click on filter. And you can see the headings have now turned into filters. And from here, you can fix out the filters or you can select whichever data you need. Let's say in year, you have the specific numbers. Let's add on 120. You can click on 20. Let's add on 117 either. Click on this and you'll basically find out 17 and 20 will not be available in this specific range. But if you click on this data again, now I'm going to select all. Okay, press on OK, and then I have all the data all at once. Now if I want to click on PV, there are a couple of data. Let's say I don't want this. I'm going to press on OK, and you can see that specific range of data has been removed. I'm going to press on Control Z or select on the range of data which I already have. Now, what I'm going to do is going to be making this into a specific table. I'm going to click on this table from table to range. I'm going to press on OK, and you can basically see now it has turned into a range of data or this table. And discard this. You can see now this has turned into a table. You can see I have heading. Okay, I have these headings, and I also have the amount of data. Now you can see that all of them are now filtered in the specific range of data. I'm going to do is select all of them. What I'm going to do is go off to home, and I'm going to do is keep it at the center. So it looks a lot more better. Do is increase the size so that I can see the whole data or the whole text. Now, as we know about how we can filter our data, there are a couple of things which you can do through it. You can click on advanced and you can select the specific cells which you want to, list it up, or you can copy to another location. Or you can also fix out the criteria range. That's like totally up to you. But as I don't want it, I'm just going to keep on or click on cancel. You can sort out your data too. Let's say I'm going to select on this. Then sort it out. Whichever cells you want to fix. Let's say I'm going to press on OK. As I don't want this, I'm going to click on A to Z or Z to A. And you can see it start from 21 to 1, or you can fix it from 1 to Z. So now you can see that how it basically works. Now we're going to make a pivot table out of it. Well, you're going to also find the pivot table also in these sections of how you can make a pivot table. You go up to insert, and you can see this pivot table option is over here. You're going to select the specific range of data. Obviously, you have to make it into a table first, and then click on pivot table. Now select the table, press on OK, and then you have our pivot table. What is basically a pivot table? The pivot table basically allows you to fix out the exact range of data and the exact table or exact order. Let's say I want year and filter. You can see all. Now I want date in columns. You can see I have the date in columns. Let's say I want the return in rows. You can see this is basically how it is put. So wherever you want, you can put it up just like this. You can see all the years. Let's say I want 3. Okay, only 3. Select multiple item, only 3, 19, press on OK. That's going to give me the 3 and 9. Okay, only the 3 and 19. So this is basically how it works. Now I want the imbalance on the filter too. So you can fix out the imbalance and also the year on just the filter. But let's say I'm going to do is select on the filter, and I'm going to click on 2, press on OK. And I want only the imbalance to be the specific ones. Select multiple items, press on OK, and then you can see that these are the items that contain the specific data or the specific amount. So this is basically how it works. And if you want to fix out the value, some of the year is going to go on rows, some data is going to go on filters, some of data is going to go over here. You can see this is basically how it works. Let's say some of data is going to go on columns, some of data over here, some of PV over here, some of return over here, some of imbalance over here. You can see this is basically how it works in Microsoft Excel when you're using pivot table. You can basically do a lot of things. You can extend it up. You can increase the range of data. Okay, you can also deduct it whenever you want. So now you know how you'll be able to work with filters and also pivot data or pivot table. Now, let's move on to our next lesson where we're going to learn about how we can work, or let's say we're going to do a couple of class projects in Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our class project 1 on MS Excel. So the name of our class project is completing the blank cells using basic accounting functions. Now you can also see that with this class project, I have given you a description and also an outcome. In the description, you can see that the basic accounting functions in Excel are instrumental for financial record keeping, analysis, and reporting, offering a cost-effective and accessible way to manage various financial tasks and transactions. Now we're going to go through our steps. So there are 5 steps what we're going to do, and also we have attached our resource file, which you will find out in our resource file section. So in the first step, we're going to open up the spreadsheet named basic accounting from the resource file. In our step 2, we're going to find out the total, average, and profit using the data from credits and used. In step 3, we're going to find out the subtracted value from total amount, which we're going to find out in the first cell. Then we're going to find out LF of BIT. And in the last step, which is step 5, we're going to use the shortcut key to find out BTC and replace it by LYC. So you can see the outcome. So the outcome of using accounting function is that it helps you improve your accounting skills and use it for casual use and also career purpose. So without any further ado, let's just open up our first spreadsheet, which is named basic accounting from our resource file. Now you can see on my screen that I have opened up my spreadsheet called basic accounting. And this will be given in our resource file, so you don't have to worry about it or worry about making your own range of data. So the first thing or the first step is done. Now the next step is going to finding out total, average, and profit. Now how are you going to do that? Now there are a couple of ways of finding total. You can auto sum or you can just sum the whole thing up. I'm going to type an equal and sum total of the whole credits. I'm going to close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and then there you go. We have our average, or let's say we have our total. Now we're going to find out our average of our whole credits. Now, just like I said, there are a couple of methods of doing that. So what you can also do is click on all of them, and you can just select on this and quick analysis, go to charts, sparkline. You can also do that. But instead, we're going to do is going to be clicking on this, click on auto sum of the whole thing, hit on enter, and there you go. You have the whole answer. Now, as we have our answer, we're going to keep it just the way it is. And the next thing is going to be how we can find out the average. So to find out the average, we have a specific function, which is going to be equal average. Now, find out the whole range of data, close off the parentheses, hit on enter, and there you go. You have our average. Now we're going to find out the profit. Now, how are we going to find out the profit? To find out the profit, you have to divide it or subtract it from the used amount, right? Now, to find out the profit, what we're going to do is going to be typing in equal. I'm going to do is select the whole thing. I'm going to do is minus. Now I'm going to do is click on sum of this whole thing. I'm going to close out the parentheses, hit on enter, and there you go. You have the whole answer. Now, instead of that, you can also do something like this. Delete the whole thing. I'm going to do is type in equal. I'm going to do is select on this total minus sum of this whole thing. Close the parentheses, hit on enter, and there you go. You have the profit, which is 1,350. Now you can also subtract it. Okay, now we're going to subtract it from total to profit. So in this next step, we're going to do is find out the subtracted value. To find out the subtracted value, we're going to do is type in equal. And then I'm going to do is select on this total minus, and we're going to find out how many of it is left more. Okay, subtracted value, enter, and we have the subtracted value from the total and also the profit. In the next step, we're going to find out BIT, or find out the LF of BIT. Okay, so we're going to use this function called VLOOKUP. Now I'm going to do is cut this off, type in equal, then use the function called VLOOKUP. Then we're going to use our lookup value, which is going to be BIT, just like we mentioned in the step. Now click on BIT, put in a comma, then we're going to fix out the table array. We're going to start off over here. Let's say I'm going to select all of it, put in a comma, and then we have, or we need our column index number. So we're going to find out where LF is. So LF is on the third one, so I'm going to select on 3, put in a comma, and as I need an exact match, I'm going to click on false, close the parentheses, hit on enter, and you can see for LF of BIT, we have INV. Okay, you can use our next cells too if you want to. Okay, but you can see for BIT, it is INV. BIT, it is also BTC, but now you know how BIT basically works. Okay. Now in the next one, we're going to find out, okay? So in our next step, we told you we're going to find out BTC and replace it by LYC. So we're going to use the shortcut, which is going to be our last step of this class project. To use our shortcut key to find out the specific keyword, we have to press in Control and F. Control and F, and you will see that this interface will open up. Now from this interface, we're going to find out BTC. Click on Find Next. You can see the BTC of all of them. Now what we're going to do is click on Replace. Now find out BTC and replace it with LYC. Click on Find Next, Find All, or Replace All. And you can see all the BTCs are now turned into LYC. So hope you understood everything about this lesson. I'm going to do is replace it, close, and now you can see LYC are all over here. Okay. So hope you understood everything about this lesson and everything about this class project. So hope to see you in my next class project of Microsoft Excel. Welcome to our class project 2 on Microsoft Excel. The name of our second class project is how to organize data by using drop-down list and pivot table. So here I've also added in a description. So data validation and pivot tables are essential features in Excel that serve different purpose. Data validation helps ensure data accuracy and consistency, while pivot tables are powerful tools for summarizing, analyzing, and visualizing complex data sets, allowing users to extract valuable insights from their data. So we're going to make a data validation table and then make a drop-down list. And in our pivot table, we're going to organize our data by using the pivot table option or feature in Microsoft Excel. Now, there are going to be 5 steps which we are going to follow step by step. First step is going to be opening up the spreadsheet named data organization from the resource file. In our second step, we're going to make a data validation table, or also known as a data validation column. In our next step, we're going to make a drop-down list or box in the first sheet. Then in step 4, we're going to make a pivot table on the second sheet by using the data which we have on our first page. And now at the last step, we're going to organize it according to your desire. So you can keep it or organize it according to however you want. So now we also have the outcome. So the outcome of using data organization is to find out data easily and make it look clean and also aesthetic. So without any further ado, let's just jump into the lesson where we are going to learn about how we are going to organize data by using drop-down list and class, or let's say pivot table. So we have opened up our spreadsheet called data organization from our resource panel or our resource folder. Now you can see that we have category, projected cost, actual cost, and difference. Now the first thing we're going to do is going to be following the first step by using data validation. Now how are you going to use data validation? First off, you have to select the specific column of data and then click on data validation from the data ribbon. Now I'm going to do is make out the data validation. I'm going to click on all of these and click on data validation. And you can use any value, the whole number or decimal or date, whichever one you want. Let's say I'm going to use any value. Then I'm going to do is press on OK. And then we have our data validation table. I'm going to select on this one too. I'm going to click on data validation, click on data validation again. And you can click on the whole number or whichever one you want. Let's say list. I'm going to click on the source and select the source. And then we're good to go. Hit on enter and OK. Then we have our data validation table. You can use whichever one you want. Well, this basically is kind of like a list, but now you know how this works like. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Okay, you can see the data validation table. Okay, data validation. I'm going to do the same thing over here. Select on the whole thing. Click on data validation. Click on data validation again. Any value or the whole number, whichever one you want. Now you can also select on, let's say, custom data or formula, whichever one you want. Let's say I want to use the list. Click on the source, select the whole source, and then we are good to go. Press on OK. Then we have our data validation table, whichever one we want. 56, 100, whichever one you want. But if you want to make it more like look a bit more better, what you can do is a bit different. Let's say I'm going to press on Control Z so that it looks like this first. Then I'm going to do is click on this, click on data validation, click on data validation, select on this. Then I'm going to do is going to be click on custom. When you click on custom, you're going to click on any value or let's say whole number or maybe even list. Now click on the source, select the whole source, and you're good to go. Press on OK, and you can select the specific number, whichever one you want. So now you know how you can data validate by using data validation. Now, what if you want to use filter? Select the heading of any column or any row, and then click on filter. Then you have it. You have the filtered data. Select whichever one you want, and then you're good to go. Let's say I only want gas or remove gas. You can see gas has been removed. Now I'm going to select all, remove all, and I want gas only. Now I have the specific data of gas. You can use data validation to use whichever one you want. Let's say 54, and I don't have it right now. So this is going to give me 22.08, okay, or 00. Now we know how we can use data validation and do our filtering data. Our next thing what I'm going to do is going to be using our, let's say, drop-down list. If you want to make a drop-down list, we already have it. Now click on over here. Now I'm going to do is I'm going to be clicking on over here, and then I'm going to click on data validation. Now I'm going to put in the specific area. Let's say I'm going to click on data validation. What I'm going to do is select on this, select the list, and then I'm going to click on source wherever you want. Now select the range of data, press on enter, press on OK, and then there you go. We have your drop down list in Microsoft Excel. You can select whichever value you want. You can do that wherever you want, basically. So now you know how you make a drop down list in Microsoft Excel. Now the next step which you're going to follow is going to be making in our pivot table on the second page. Now if you want to make a pivot table, you need to know how you can make a pivot table and what you need. So first off, select the whole range of data. Now go to insert. From insert, you will find out in the table section that we have pivot table. Select on pivot table, and then what you're going to do is click on housing, click on OK, and then on sheet 2, you can categorize your data or organize your data. So this is the last step where we're going to organize your data according to your need. Let's say I want the category on the filter so that I can select the categories, whichever one I want. Now I'm going to do is projected cost is going to be on columns. You can see over here. And I want the actual cost on the rows. And I want the differences on the values. So now you know how you'll be able to work with it. Let's say I want the electricity. Click on select multiple items, gas, okay. And now you have all of the data or all of the data you need or organized data you need from your pivot table. So this is basically how it works. In pivot table, there's a difference between the table and a pivot table. The pivot table is kind of like a dynamic table which helps you to organize your data according to your need. Instead of the, let's say, typical table, it's just going to give you the data or show you the data in a table or form. That's the difference. So now you know how you'll be able to do these stuffs such as drop down list, data validation, making a table, and also making a pivot table in Microsoft Excel and organizing your data however you need so that it makes your work a lot more easier and saves you a lot of time by data organization.